baby. We're back, better than ever, live from Fastport Studios in good old NOLA. It's Road Gang Radio with your host, the one-of-a-kind, truck-loving, fun-having Jimmy Mack. Let's roll yet again on this Tuesday, brother.
Hey, guys, make a point of bringing your bathing suits tomorrow. I'm not just telling that to Phone Master Dre and our good friend Madison with a T. You guys should bring your bathing suits tomorrow, though, by the way. We may all bounce on down to a little new pool place. You know those places that have like the restaurant and the pool in the back where, you know, with the hoi polloi, and I know what I mean when I say that. The hoi polloi, by the way, are not the hoity-toity. It's not the same thing. The hoi polloi are the, how you doing? What's going on? Where you been, bro? Where you going? What you doing? You know, and then they take your hand in some strange Californian handshake and break the bones. Have a nice day. It's one of those places. Bring your bathing suits tomorrow. Maybe if you do, maybe I'll take you down and I'll treat you to lunch or something. Hey, by the way, that's for you too, Jerry Bowers. Just letting you know, buddy. Just letting you know, driver, you can make your way over here. Where would you be making your way over to? Well, it's the historic Degas House. It is the Fastport Studios. It is Road Gang Radio. If you're listening on the Odyssey, man, you've got audacity. If you've got the heart for it, we are on iHeart. If you've opened up that Pandora's box, what are we doing on there in the SiriusXM app? I mean, what's going on with that? I mean, you can really plug us in over there and find us.
Oh, you just said it.
Oh, I know. Well, I said it because we're there. We're there, man. Come out and hang out with us, by the way. Jimmy Mack here, taking you down the low road, and I guess with a load. Our good friend Kevin Lindsay and I have been kind of talking the last couple of moments. He's dealing with some family stuff. Maybe he comes in, maybe he doesn't. We love him. Maintenance matters. It's going to be up to him. He offered to come in. I offered the other direction, but we love Kevin Lindsay. Probably will be joining us if I know him. He's one of those guys, but if he doesn't, we love him. Take care of business, my friend. On the other side of that, our good friends from Reeds Across America, Miss Susan Patton, who is not long for us. She's long for the world. She'll be around a long time, but she's going to be retiring soon. Speaking of retiring soon, Tom Brady's going to retire soon. I know. Trauma. What? He's actually got somebody on deck. We'll figure it out. We'll see if they can live up to the Bray on the highway with Tom Brady, but that ain't happening yet.
I really gave me anxiety,
dude.
You
got anxiety.
I wasn't ready
for
that.
What's going on, Jimmy? Hey, well, you're the man, Jimmy. You're the man. Andor's coming along. We got a lot of good stuff today. A friend of the show, Kyle Hester, who is an actor, a documentary filmmaker, just kind of a ne'er-do-well, kind of a good guy, kind of out there doing his thing. He's going to drop in. And then Madison with a T, I will allow her in the next couple of hours to do the introductions on that. But it's her boss. And if you saw the video, by the way, you know what he does for a living. Good job on the video. 2 videos out, by the way, guys. 2 videos, not just you two. Did you guys happen to see the video that Lindsay and I cut while we were at TXTA?
Oh, back in my day.
It's funny because Tara called me and she's like, you're way too good at that. And it's funny because I went back and I watched it and I was like, dude, I look old. And I mean like the way I was sitting and the way I was using my hand.
I can't see.
What's the matter? You got your eyes closed? 615-292-6366. This is Road Gang Radio. You can find us at RadioNemo.com on the 365 app. And by the way, guys, we've slowed a little bit on the YouTube stuff. Now, part of the reason we've slowed a little bit on the YouTube stuff is we've been pushing the YouTube stuff. If you would like to avoid Dave and I doing our best impersonation of a PBS telethon, I would recommend you go out and get some people to do that thing. Because, man, I got to tell you, if I got to come on here and be like, I'll tell you after this next subscription drive break. Speaking of breaks, let's take a break and talk with our good friend Chowder, who is on the phone. Good morning to you.
Oh, man, Chowder.
There's the guy that I wanted to talk to. I like talking to Jimmy Mack and Madison. I really kind of miss talking to Matty T. But, man, Dre, I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again to you. I'm so glad you came up, stopped, and saw me and happened to attend the rally. Or maybe that's the other way around. The rally was there, and I made it home. Either way, I just want to appreciate you being a standout guy for taking time with my daughter Ashley and I and hanging and seeing some scenes. It was too short, but well overdue, and it was a great time with you. And me and the wife, we're going to make a southern journey, probably hopefully next year down to a Biloxi, Mississippi area. She's got friends in Biloxi. She wanted to meet you, but she was working, and I just really appreciate it. And I just typed on the tube of the U's. I almost got a tattoo when we went to see Night Ranger, but apparently 6 Yellow Jackets buckskins or hornets, as we call them up there, the good Coors full banquets. And yes, Chowder knows what Dre drinks. Is too many daddy sodas in the system for tattooing, so another year missed.
Dude, I'm going to be honest with you. It's a dangerous place to be up there when they have my favorite beer because, like, down here, I'm like, oh, yeah, I don't really drink that much because I never can go anywhere that has it. And I'm like, if I'm going to have a beer, it's going to be that one. No, dude, it's every place there, and especially at Full Throttle Saloon where I got matching tattoos of my brothers. Right here, Jimmy, Exhibit A. I'll show you more later. But, dude, let me tell you something. Pictures don't do justice to Chowder, and I was very lucky to be able to meet you because you're a good-looking dude, bro. You take care of yourself, you smell good, and then at the same time, your daughter is a genuinely good, sweet human being. She made me feel absolutely comfortable with the combination of you and just sitting there and being able to hang out with y'all. And then you got to meet my family. It was just one big – hoorah, all in. But, dude, let me tell you something.
Wackadoos.
Dude, let me tell you something.
Your family are a bunch of wackadoos.
Wackadoos.
By the way, you notice that is both, like, wackadoo and incredibly positive, how I put that?
Yeah.
Wackadoos.
They're good people.
Yeah.
Speaking of wackadoo, if you need a tour guide in Sturgis, holler at the good man Chowder because that dude showed me some stuff, and at the same time, I know where the Hells Angels are. I know where they are.
By the way, Chowder, Dre's a tall drink of water, ain't he? Dre's a big
He's
dude.
a good-looking, strapping dude. I know why Lindsay calls him Big, Tall, Sexy Jesus now.
Yeah.
Dude, he was like, you're really that tall? I was like, nah, bro,
I
boots.
just keep waiting for Dre to walk over to some, like, cave and go, Lazarus, come forth. I just keep waiting.
Since we should keep it on show topic a little bit, the thing I kind of called in about is, that reel with you and Madison yesterday was great, but Dre, I know the heat got to you and the travel was hard on you, but see, us rednecks up here in the area of Deadwood and that, we don't lift our bikes up on stage, stuff. I know you're a strapping dude. We use ramps, and if we don't have ramps, we prefer just, kind of back up to a slanty hill. You just ride that up on there. Then you wouldn't have been all wore out and sweaty and tired.
Listen here, dog. All right, first off, going up there where you live compared to here now, I don't want to hear nothing, man. All right, because going up there, I wore pants every day and didn't sweat an ounce.
Came back to some pretty decent weather here, though.
Yeah, it wasn't bad, but I'll be honest with you, and then I'll get out of the way because we do have a lot going on. But man, that trailer setup I had, you have two wheel chocks in the front that stay on there. Right. But in the middle, I have to manually get in under there, unbolt 6 bolts on each one, get under that situation, take them off, wheel them out. Oh, dude, it was a whole thing. But then my mom was like, hey, since you have an empty trailer, can we get some stuff out of my ex-boyfriend's house? I'm like, sure, I'll get a couch and all these other 13 things.
You don't show up at family members with a truck or an empty trailer. That's all I'm saying. You guys have a good one. Glad you made it home. Later.
Thank you, Chowder. 615-292-6366. Good morning to all our friends out there. Joe J. says, good morning, Chowder and the Road Gang, delivering steel in Norfolk, Nebraska, and then reloading in Michigan. Be safe out there, drivers. The Beach Bum says, good morning to the Road Gang in Cameron, Missouri at the moment. He is going to be in Oklahoma City around lunchtime. Good morning to you, Trucker Bosun. Hey, Paranormal Pieman. Brad Bentley says, hashtag RGR and rolling towards retirement eventually. And by the way, Trucker Bosun is heading down US 69 in Oklahoma, going to Dallas. And Marty Ellis, well, the faithful Marty Ellis of OOIDA and that wonderful truck says, good morning from Middletown, Virginia. Lots of folks coming in and out of the streaming. Good to have a lot of people out there. Busy day in regards to the news. Over in CDL Life, and you know this is coming, man, there is a friction point coming. Truck drivers who fail an English proficiency evaluation are being let off with a warning in the state of California, Mexican trucking industry leaders say. Since the last week of June, an executive order has made English proficiency a priority for truck drivers, and this means that the inability to pass an English proficiency assessment is now grounds for being placed out of service. As of July 30th, approximately 1,500 truck drivers have been placed out of service for failing to exhibit sufficient proficiency in English. By the way, as Tom Bray has pointed out, as I have pointed out, the last time they really used to enforce it, around 10,000 people every year got put out of service. That's what it's looking like it's going to be. So it's not that much different from when it was in 2016. They simply stopped enforcing it. There's probably not going to be this big, 20, 30, 40,000 people out there doing it, but there was a problem. And like I said, it ain't going to make a dent. It ain't going to make a dent in regards to capacity. it might make a dent in regards to safety. We will see if those numbers come down. So I said, as of the 30th of July, 1,500 truck drivers have been placed out of service for failure to exhibit sufficient proficiency in English. However, trucking industry leaders in the state of California say that state officials are being more lenient with the new rules. All right. This is what Alfonso Milan Chavez of the National Chamber of Freight Transportation in Baja California, Mexico, says authorities in California aren't being as strict as those in Texas or New Mexico. Chavez says that truck drivers operating in California are receiving only a warning and instructions to work on English if they do not pass the assessment. This is what Chavez told KTSM. They aren't being stopped or taken off service. If a driver seems stuck or doesn't know how to answer, that's when they get the warning. So in Mexico, some trucking companies and trucking industry groups are working to provide English language classes to truck drivers to help them drive legally in the United States. That's what Chavez had to say. We are respectful and mindful of the new regulations. We're working for ways to solve this problem by helping truck companies and their drivers. No, these people over in Mexico are not trying to pull a fast one by teaching these folks English. What they're trying to do is, there are times when people cross the border. We do it. People cross the border to bring stuff. If they get stopped, if you're here, you still got to be able to speak English. You dig? It's not just about the people who make their living in the United States. It's about people coming across the border. What they're basically saying is one of the requirements you're going to have. Is everybody following me here? Because it's not just about who's here. It's even about people who are here legally. I want to make this really clear. This is not part of an ICE sweep or anything like that.
Yeah.
This is, you could be a completely minted U.S. citizen. If you can't speak English or you can't speak proficient English, they're going to pull you. They're going to run you. If, in fact, you are legally here doing cross-border deliveries and not engaged in cabotage, but you can't speak English, you're out. It's that simple. That's the game that they're playing right now. So they're taking a look at California, by the way, and I'm wondering, though, like I said, is there something chicanery going on? Is California, Baja, Mexico, are they doing a little bit of a little poke towards our friends over in California? There's a couple of stories out there I want to talk about when we come back on the other side of the break, and I also want to catch up with Phone Master Dre, who has just gotten back into town. It's good to see you. It's good to have you. Madison with a T is on the other headsets checking quality control. We'll take the break now, Dre. Come back on the other side after our pledge, national anthem, and, of course, Bracing Cup of Java with Pastor John. With this reminder again, once more, from the top, with feeling, if you have a bunch of kids going back to school, you got a real shot now. If you want to record your child or your grandchild saying the Pledge of Allegiance with their classroom, if they're still playing, flag football like Nick's sons are, or they're playing Little League Baseball, anything. Let's get a little recording in there. Let's get some good stuff going on. And by the way, if you want to sing the national anthem, you got to be able to sing. I'm not just putting in no Roseanne Barr stuff going on here. Make that really clear.
Or Fergie.
By the way, we got to talk about Sean Duffy, who's been kind of an okay surprise, but what the hell is he talking about? A nuclear reactor on the moon? Let's get the capacity crisis under control before we start building power plants on the eye in the sky. We'll take the quick break, come back on the other side, see where the world takes us. Dre, break us away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rock the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Tuesday. Good morning. Hey, I just want to drop this in your spirit because I feel like this is something that's going to bless somebody today. In Psalm 118, verse 8, Psalm 118, verse 8 says, "It is better to take refuge in the Lord than to trust in man." That right there is a mouthful, and I just want to make sure that you got it. He said it's better to take refuge in the Lord. What he's saying is it's better to hide in God than to put a whole lot of confidence in man, because God knows the man's heart. And the more you stay connected with God, the more God can show you about man. God bless you, brothers and sisters. Enjoy your Tuesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Thank you, Pastor John. We sure are enjoying our Tuesday so far. Back to you, Jimmy.
Couple of great days of, by the way. Our friends at the Trucker have started calling out whatever national day it is. You know, there's an episode of The Simpsons. Actually, there's an episode of South Park about The Simpsons where they keep on saying, Simpsons did it, where they keep trying to come up with original ideas for the animated series, and like, no, Simpsons did it. There's going to be a point, by the way, where we will be able to say this about Dave Nemo. Nemo did it.
There's a lot we could do with that.
Oh, we could go on for a long time.
Man.
There's a long time we could go on. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of people who, are still talking today because Nemo put them on the air.
Good morning, Vietnam. Nemo did it.
Yeah, Nemo did. Although Cronauer did it first.
Touche.
Cronauer got there first on that one, by the way. Yeah, by the way, and how many people out there who are actually, talking on the radio to, tens of thousands of people out there can actually claim that they had a bounty put on their head by the North Korean government? There's only one. Dave Nemo.
Dave did it.
Dave did it. It's also Work Like a Dog Day. You understand that, guys. That's a real thing, by the way. It is National Underwear Day. So if you don't, I don't care. I can see your underwear. And National Dash Cam Day. So all these things are like, things you should think about. The reason they have days of, by the way, is either celebrate somebody who is no longer with us, celebrate a momentous event that occurred, but sometimes it's just to kind of say, hey, we're here. We're doing our thing. Maybe you should think about that. This is what you should think about today. Go get some oysters, because today is National Oysters Day.
When are they not in season anymore? That's a serious question I've been wanting to ask.
Well, and that's an interesting question, because one of the things about the global supply chain that people are going to learn sooner rather than later, for good and for bad, is that, back in the 50s, if you were up north, you didn't get strawberries year-round. You had to wait for them to show up. It had to be strawberry season. They had to get shipped out during strawberry season, man. You didn't get strawberries anytime you wanted them. You didn't have roses anytime you wanted to get your hands on roses. Things had to be, it's like, what are you talking about?
I blew my girlfriend's 7-year-old mind when I told her that back in the day, that situation at hand, that you couldn't get strawberries, you couldn't get grapes, you couldn't get all these different things all year round. She was like, but how do they get it? I'm like, they had to wait.
Had to wait.
She was like, that's just horrible.
And by the way, that explains in many ways why the people that we talk to on a regular basis are so worth celebrating, because a lot of that is not just about being able to get across, borders. It's about people being able to get places quickly.
Yeah.
It's about these men and women being really incredibly efficient at what they do. Turning that stuff around really, really quickly, because the thing is, you can get stuff to ports all day long. If you can't ship it once you get it here, it doesn't make much of a difference. So bravo to all of you guys, by the way. I got somebody on the phone. Who do I got?
Man, I love being able to see people's caller ID and know who that is. How you doing there, Diver Driver?
Hey, Diver Driver.
Hey,
what's going on?
Brother?
How you doing?
Hey, I gotta pick at Dre for a little bit. First off, I'm jealous that you got to go to Sturgis this year. But I heard you talking about crawling under there and chocks and all this stuff. You know what solves that? Riding it. Yeah, I rode mine. I'm just saying.
Hey, listen, you're right, because we have a guy that stayed with us, Jerry, that basically, dude, he stayed an additional week, and this guy is to the point to where he's retired and he does side jobs and all this stuff, so he's good to go, and he has a happy family that understands, because they're doing their vacation, he does his. He stayed an extra week, and he's riding back. But let me tell you something. I sat on and rode the bike that he had compared to mine. there's just certain bikes that you ride on for that long period of time without being like, I'm in agonizing pain and I need ibuprofen.
Right.
But I also can't be that way because there's some guys that just do it, and it's an amazing feat. And I can't say it because my brother Aaron and Jason and Lannis have done it. So, yeah, I can't say much. And you're right.
By the way, I have a righteous picture of this man that we're talking to right now on his bike crossing a state line.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about. How you doing today, my man?
I'm good, man. Today's my Friday, so on my way up to Winfield, Louisiana, and then heading back down, and that'll probably be it for the day.
Did I see you posting pictures of grandchildren? Was that you?
Yep, that was me. My granddaughter Victoria just started 10th grade this year.
Okay, so I feel really old because I don't feel like that. I don't feel. Here's the thing. I don't feel like that you're like this man who is much older than me. I don't feel that, Jerry. I have to tell you right now. So you just made me feel like Grandpa Ranty Pants.
You and I are about the same age.
Yeah, I know.
I think.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. But here's the thing. If you had shown me a little baby, I'd have been like, oh, okay, I'm down with it. No, 10th grader. Thanks, Jerry. Thanks. You're a real pal. You're a real pal, buddy. Making me feel, basically God said, let there be light. And Jerry's like, I'll get that. Hits the switch. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, you threw me off when you came that one day because I was like, all right, first off, who's this guy just walking in the door? Second off, he's handsome and approachable.
Yeah, exactly. Handsome and approachable.
Coming from the hippie debonair, I appreciate that.
The debonair hippie.
Oh, I like that.
The debonair hippie.
HD.
He's what is it? He's a hippie, but he doesn't smell like patchouli. That's like
Not anymore.
That's what you're basically talking about here. All right, Jerry, you got to hit the bricks. I got to do some bureaucratic nonsense here, but I love you, brother.
All right, man. Love you guys too.
By the way, I love the fact that it's like I rode my motorcycle there. All you did, Dre, was physically lift it and put it on the back of him.
I rode it up there and did it and all that, but we have another caller.
By the way, also really cool on motorcycle stuff. We had a motorcycle guest here a couple of weeks ago. We're probably going to have some motorcycle content on this platform, and it's not going to happen for a while. We're going to have also a late night spooky thing on Fridays, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Who do I got on the phone?
Man, I'm not even going to look. I'm just going to let him introduce himself. Tell me who you are.
It's Walking Eagle.
Oh, no, I know why he's calling. I know why he's calling.
Here it comes.
Oh, hey, man. What's up? What's on your mind?
So after going up there and hanging out with Chowda, did you have to go get a rabies vaccination or a tetanus shot or anything?
Well, yeah.
No, that's from Pack Rat, dude. Get your story straight. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. Yeah, well, no, I just took a bath in hydrogen peroxide. That's it.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Yeah, I don't like shots. But I'll take them. I'll get them.
Well, I was gonna. I've heard otherwise.
Shot.
Oh, I was like, wait, what? Oh, yeah, I didn't do a shot with his daughter.
You got to keep up with the wit, dude. You got to keep up with the wit.
Yeah, his daughter was ordering Rumple mitts, and I was like, I'm out.
You sissy.
Before I quit drinking, here is the order of things I quit drinking before I quit drinking. Tequila, because I woke up one morning in a bed, I didn't know where I was, and I was sorry I missed it. Number 2, Goldschlager, and number 3, Rumpelmints. I'm like, the whole point of this is simply to drink something and hate yourself immediately. So God bless you. God bless you. How you doing, Walking Eagle? Good to hear your voice.
Same.
I'm doing good. Could be better, but I'm still breathing. That's got to be worth something.
Yeah, above the ground is all that really matters these days. Brother, we're going to hit the wall here, but I want to give you a final thought. If anything's going on you want to tell us about, anything groovy happening in your life, or just any mischief you're up to.
I'm going to go back to flatbedding.
That's good. Is that a good thing? I mean, you're happy about that?
75% of the load.
I got you. Yeah, dude. What?
Yeah. I guess I can be happy about that.
Yeah, keep calling, by the way. We love hearing your voice. We've missed you. It's good to have you. We'll talk soon. And call in the middle of...
my number. You know how to dial. Your dialing finger ain't broke.
Oh, no, dude. I'm at this point in my life, the one little grace point I've given myself is I don't call anybody anymore for anything. I have a number, 615-292-6366. Get out of here, Walking Eagle. Love you, man.
Later.
All right. A lot of old friends showing up today.
Well, all right, can I just jump in real quick? Because I met someone.
This isn't quick.
Well, no, we'll do it later. We'll do it later. Long story short, I have a possibility of getting someone on, and I'm in talks with his people, but I got to meet him and told him what I do. You ever watch the show Gas Monkey Garage?
Oh, yeah.
Richard Rollins?
I don't know why we have to negotiate with this man. Let's just get this done.
That's what I'm saying. We'll get it done because just getting him out and about. But he met a lot of people. He talked to a lot of people, and he is a very genuinely personal man. And that dude was working his butt off because he has a spot there at Sturgis. Yeah, newfound respect.
Let me take care of some bureaucracy here, by the way. And one of the really cool things about it, Dre, is the fact that we're able to be such goofballs. We're able to let the wheels come off and keep rolling because of our friends at OIDA. Trucking with OIDA is going to immediately follow this show. Truck stops are an essential location for any truck driver for obvious reasons, but a new research paper argues they're also critical infrastructure providing essential services during times of emergencies. What our friends Scott and Ashley are going to be doing is talk to the paper's researchers about what they've learned. Plus, they're talking bats. We talked bats last week. We talked bats about the Bat Fest in Austin, the state of the spot market, and the suspension of a couple of exemptions with Brent Hutto of truckstop.com. I know you know that dude, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's going to be on there. Like I said, we're able to have a lot of fun here because our friends with Trucking with OIDA are able to really kind of give you the facts in a really well-polished and beautiful podcast. We also do it first time here on Road Gang Radio, immediately after Road Gang Radio. What you got, Dre?
Oh, I was just saying 1 minute, but at the same time, Brent Hutto is a tremendously good man, family man, and I can say he's a buddy, and I can't wait to talk to him.
Yeah, like I said, we'll get him on the show here as well, too. Great show yesterday. Sorry you missed it. Our guest dropped in, Chris Orban, and he actually ended up staying for a good 2 hours, by the way. We got to take a quick break here. Our friend Kevin Lindsay is going to be lean and mean and on the scene. We're going to be finishing up the conversations we had over the last couple of weeks. Just a chance to catch up with Kevin and see what's going on. Hey, guys. I want you to do me a favor. Truck up, and get down. Go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since 97, getting you out of the ditch by making sure that you hook up with a maintenance provider near you. We'll be back on the other side of this. Truckdown.com. We're live from the Fastport Studios, by the way, in the city of New Orleans. The music gives it away.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
We're back with more Road Gang Radio, streaming live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, and RadioNemo.com. Jimmy Mack is back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and speaking of back in the driver's seat, one of the ways you can actually stay on the road is by listening to our next recurring guest. Kevin has an extensive 41-year career. He began as a general-purpose vehicle technician in the Air Force, where he was awarded the Transportation Professional of the Year Award in '87 for the 507 Tactical Air Control Wing. In his 6-year military career, he advanced through the ranks and held several different titles, but he spent most of his career performing diagnostic and quality assurance with an on-the-job training of new airmen. And by the way, that foundation has kind of led him on a journey across the country, across many shops, behind the desk on occasion. We are always thrilled to have him here. You guys know him as the manager of technical service at Travel Centers of America. Our good friend Kevin Lindsay joins us as he always does, on Maintenance Matters. Hey, my friend, how are you this morning?
I'm good, Jimmy. How you doing?
Well, I mean, I got my phone master Dre back, and look, so our good friend Madison with a T, talk about being thrown into the cauldron, Kevin. She never produced the show by herself before without Dre here. So her first week of doing the show without Dre, she has to do it with me alone. I don't know if you know anything about me, but despite my attitude on the air, I am about as cuddly as a cactus. So she managed to navigate that, and then it's like, oh, by the way, our first remote since going to the new platform, we went to TXTA. It's like, you'll have to do that because Dre is in Sturgis, rolling with chowder and motorcycles. So I'm a little, I'm pleased to have Dre back, but I got to tell you, Dre, careful, brother. Yeah. She's got a lean and hungry look about her. You know what I'm saying? If she wasn't making movies, we'd be trying to steal her away. She's telling you. She's good at what she does and everything. Yeah, she's good at everything she does. How are you doing? We've actually had so many like rumbling, bumbling conversations the last couple of weeks. It feels like it's this, like we never get through the content because we're having too good of a time and we're getting into the weeds with a lot of stuff. But where did you want to pick up from where we last left off, and where do you want to go with this conversation today?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll start with what you just said. But see, I'm the kind of person, I like getting off in the weeds because that's kind of where my life has always been. I live in that high grass. If I was a golfer, I would never be on the fairway. So that's just where I'm comfortable there. So,
by the way, you just described Dave Nemo's career. We were laughing about that. Somebody said, it's really funny. My dad actually, he listens to the show. He's 82 years old. He gets up and he listens on a regular basis. And he actually asked me one time. He said, when Dave screws up and then seems to kind of extricate himself from the mess he's made with Grace, he said, I'm not sure anymore. He said, is he planning that, or is he simply the Phil Mickelson and the Arnold Palmer of radio? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. That's, there's, sometimes you got to, it don't matter how consistent you are. It's just that you can consistently make a good shot from a bad landing, right? Yeah. Sometimes. So
yeah, well, that's really, and that's the thing is, like, Samuel L. Jackson was talking about golf one time, and he said it's a game of mistakes, and the game is to minimize your mistakes. He said you're going to make them. He said the question is, number one, how can you minimize them? One, and two, how can you recover from them? And there are people whose brains, and I have a feeling you're one of them, get incredibly more creative the deeper the weeds get, where you start having real fun because you have to focus on the problem at hand. When it's smooth sailing, people don't need you, Kevin. When things are going great, it's like, right, right.
Yeah. And hey, I'm good with that too every now and then, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it means that people are coming in and getting in maintenance. And I kind of wanted to kind of let people know, to kind of explain this. This is a show that we do deal with catastrophic problems. We do deal with stuff that goes really, really wrong. But the whole purpose of this show, as it was conceived by you guys when Dave and began to put this together, was the idea was we would talk about how do we not end up in the weeds. But if we do end up in the weeds, we've got to know the way out. And that's kind of the whole kind of dilemma of Maintenance Matters, where, you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's it.
What a great synopsis of everything we always talk about and do on here, right?
Oh, yeah, actually, despite the fact that I seem to be making up as I go along, too, as my dad says, are you making this up as you go along, or is there actually an outline of notes in front of you? People will never know, except for Phone Master Dre, Madison, and Dave, who occasionally looks over the desk and looks at my notes.
Okay, you made me think of something to get way off in the weeds here.
Go.
I got to tell you this little story real quick.
All right, go.
When I was very young, I think I was 11 or 12 years old. My mom and dad had started this little restaurant business and stuff, but had a little country store or whatever with it. But part of the things he kind of peddled in there were T-shirts and stuff. This is back in the 70s, so you got all these strange T-shirts, people making T-shirts, pressing them, wanting you to sell them, but he had got this little rack of T-shirts, and I walked in there one day, and he reached and grabbed one and handed it to me. He said, "Here, boy, this one's you to a T." And I looked at it, and it was one of those old T-shirts, and it said, "If you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with bull." And I kind of took that to heart, and I have tried to make my career, my life, and everything, based off of that T-shirt, it feels like sometimes.
Well, let me tell you something. And by the way, my dad told me this one time, one of the best pieces of advice he gave me about being in a classroom or being anywhere. He said, "Son, when you don't know what the hell is going on," he said, "that's when you really need to listen." And he said, make a point of anytime you hear anybody like bracket anything or put the quotes around it or frame it, he said, write that down. And then before they can ask you a question, raise your hand and ask a question about that. And the teacher will think, oh, yeah, he's on top of it. He's got it going on. I mean,
paying attention, right?
Paying attention is really what it kind of comes down to. And once again, that kind of goes back to, as we've been kind of unpacking this over the first couple of weeks of you and I doing this together, paying attention really is the game for Maintenance Matters, because you've got to pay attention. Okay, so they always say if you're tired, it's too late, and if you're thirsty, it's too late. There are certain sounds that if you hear coming from your truck, it might be too late. So the game that we play here at Maintenance Matters is figuring out other signs that tell you maybe it's time to do that, and maybe even, I don't know, schedules that you honor where you go in and you get the maintenance that you need. And that is so much a part of it. I thought we'd also talk about, since we talked about Castrol last week, we've also been talking about radial tires. If either one of those things kind of piqued your interest about wrapping up, because we did get in the weeds on a couple of occasions. I had Brad Bentley asking you about your military service. We got all over the place. So I wanted to make sure there was nothing that we hadn't covered already that you'd like to kind of return to.
Well, I would say nothing in particular but I agree, we did kind of get out there, but it's enjoyable. I loved our discussion when Brad was on and stuff and talking about some of that, because and hopefully that can reach out and help others who are making that transition and stuff like that, hopefully. So, because I know that's a big thing.
Yeah. And I wanted to pivot one more time, because actually there was a reason why I read your, we've talked about your military career, but I did want to give it a little bit of an overview, because I wanted people to understand, and I feel like we missed that along with doing the work that you did in the Air Force with fixing stuff, you found out pretty early on you had an affinity for teaching people, teaching the airmen, teaching other people how to do this stuff as well. And I kind of wanted to ask you that question, because one of the big things that comes up, we have a lot of drivers, a lot of listeners who have been on the road for a long time. It's why we do Education Station as well, who were thinking about becoming advisors, becoming trainers, maybe making the move to like a different sort of role in a shop or behind a desk. And I wanted to kind of ask you, when you were in the military, when they realized, because they often realize it before you do, that you had an affinity for not just diagnostic work, but actually training people in diagnostic work.
Well, it's funny you say that, because when I was actually in tech school, just after basic, you get done with basic and you go to your tech school. Well, I'm in tech school for general purpose vehicle mechanic is what we called it at the time. And quite honestly, excuse me, but when I got done with tech school, I actually was an honor graduate, meaning, my average was above everybody. I was top of the class or whatever. But I think they realized and they saw that I kind of started leading some study groups with some of the guys because I had some previous experience before I went in. I just hadn't had the education. So I'm sitting in classes in tech school and instructors are going over, how things work and what you do. And I've got these light bulbs that keep going off in my head. And I'm like, oh, wow, okay. And then they explain something. And I realized, that afternoon, we, a group of us would get together and talk about some stuff in the class and try to get through some of it. And they're like, I'm not sure I understand this. So I kind of figured out a way to explain it to them because I had already had that little epiphany of that light bulb going off, so it was interesting. But apparently they saw that because when I graduated, they actually offered me a job to stay there and become an instructor immediately. I declined because I felt, I had went in the Air Force to go, join the Air Force, the military, to go see the world and to go do something. I really liked the thought of that, but I wasn't real crazy about where I was. I was in a little town called Rantoul, Illinois, Chanute Air Force Base at the time. It's kind of in the middle of a bunch of cornfields in nowhere, Illinois, off of I-57, and there's not much there. And I couldn't see myself just staying there, and not going anywhere else. So I declined that. But and they tried to get me to come back about a year later, but by that time I had actually met what became my wife of the last 39 years. So
yeah,
I was like, no, not going back. So.
I got two funny stories for you that you will relate to immensely. Well, first of all, a lot of people often, boy, you hit the nail on that. A lot of people don't extend their stay in the military because they simply don't like where they're going to assign them next. And by the way, once you've done your bit, and you, as an American citizen, I say, have a choice. You signed up for something, you honored your commitment, and you say, hey man, if you're sending me to Germany, let's go right now. If you're sending me to a cornfield in Illinois, I love Illinois and I love corn. I just don't want to be there for the rest of my life. I got two fun stories for you. The first of which is my grandfather was a pilot during World War II, and he was in the Army Corps. And it turned out that after a brief stint in combat, they were like, oh my God, you fly really well, but more importantly, you help your fellow pilots fly really well. You're going back to California right now and you're training people on how to fly pilots. How to become pilots. And they sent him back, and somebody said, are you sorry to be out of the action? He said, I've seen enough. I got kids at home. I can't wait to get back to California. And then after that, I can't wait to bounce back home and do the thing. Because they figured out really early it was that one of his officers saw him talking to other pilots and giving them tips, and those tips paying off. That's how people often end up in that situation. The second story I have for you is I've only been given one game ball outside of Little League. In high school football, in my junior year in high school, I was given a game ball. I didn't play that good of a game. The reason I got the game ball was because a week earlier, I actually tutored the entire offensive line through a biology exam. And because I got them through the biology exam, 2 of them didn't miss a start, and the rest of them actually had their GPAs where they needed to be able to play. So the coaches said, because we have an offensive line, Jimmy Mack gets the game ball today. So you'd be surprised.
That's awesome.
You'd be surprised,
right.
and it was that same thing. It was a study group. I literally realized a couple of friends of mine were struggling, and I said, well, hey, I've kind of got this stuff down. And it started because one guy said, he goes, I notice your grades are good, and you're as much of a cut up as the rest of us. What are you doing? I said, well, come over and we'll figure it out. And then he came over and he did well on the next test. And then everybody else in the class figured out, you know what? We're going to go to your house. And I realize now that my mom is a saint. Can you imagine 5 offensive linemen on a high school football team going over to your mom's house, clean out your refrigerator. I mean,
I was just going to say, yeah, the peanut butter and crackers and anything else that was a snack around probably just disappeared.
Well,
right?
here's what's crazy, Kevin. I mean, and she's still with us as well, too. My mom is the kind of person that when she found out, oh, no, there was a table outside waiting for everybody with food all over it. She's like, if it's going to happen, I'm going to actually control the flow.
Control the situation, right?
I'm going to control the situation. She said, I'm not having these barbarians eat inside of my house. So she set up a real nice table, and she said, when y'all are finished studying, head out back. There's food waiting for you. So it was really well done. Okay, so as you kind of go through this, like I said, and we've talked about this before because there are people who do what you do and often find themselves either teaching or, as you are here on the show, doing a lot of forward-facing media work. How do you stay sharp on the equipment? How do you make sure that you are doing the work as well? The idea that it's like, there's always new technology coming in. Can you kind of talk to our listeners also about how you maintain proficiency on some of this stuff so that you can, in fact, teach whatever comes in new?
Yeah. I would, but I would start this by saying I don't feel like I stay that sharp or as sharp as I should on a lot of this because of the simple the mundaneness of the day-to-day process of everything that I do. But I do. I try to keep up by reading what I can on new technology through different trade magazines, things like that. I've got contacts with different OEMs, so I kind of try to stay in touch with them to understand new things that are coming out and then I try to dig in myself and just do my own research and understanding how some of the new technology is working, because I've always been one of those, you kind of have to understand how things work in order to help other people understand how they work or how when X happens to it, here's why you have to do Y, right? You got to try to figure those things out, before all of a sudden it becomes a fire drill, if I can figure some of that out, by doing a little research, a little study, try to stay on top of new technologies and just the way that they work and work together with the truck and stuff. But, if you're looking for anything specific for me to say to that, I really don't know how to say it because it really does kind of depend on, I kind of go with the ebb and flow of the industry. We hear these problems, I hear customers talking about this. I hear technicians talking about, you've got this going on or that going on. And, quite honestly, I really started doing that a long time ago because, I've been in this so long that I remember that transition from mechanical engines to electronic engines. And I saw a lot of, old school, really, really good mechanics, good technicians really struggle with the electronic side of it. And, I don't know. I just told myself, I'm not going to be that guy. I want to learn it and understand it, embrace it, and try to learn as much as I can about it. So, I've kind of always done that. And I guess by doing that early on, it became embedded in me. And that's just kind of what I started doing. And then trying to share that information as best I can, hopefully in ways that people understand,
Well, that's the other thing, too.
I think that was why Homer Hogg and myself got along so well when we initially met, because I think we both realized we were just old country boys, and we could figure those things out, and we could figure out how to relate them to others, so that they could learn from it. So.
Yeah, that's the thing too about it, but the idea too, because one of the things, and since we're talking maintenance matters with our friend Kevin Lindsay, the other thing about maintenance, too, is the fact that often what you have to kind of get ahead of is when you start figuring out what new is coming into the industry. Madison, by the way, our producer who's here right now, she's a screenwriter. I've done a lot of playwriting in my life, and people have never heard of this, might not know what we're talking about, but you probably will in your own linguistic way. We call it the rule of three. that in order to actually have anything pay off in a screenplay, it's got to come up 3 times. You've got to set it up, explain it, and then deliver it. And it seems to me that if you're keeping your ear to the ground about what's coming next, diagnostically, maintenance-wise, that what you're preparing for is not so much how it works, although you should know that. It's almost like when you see something new that's being onboarded into the industry, into the truck, into the cab, your mind almost immediately has to go to, okay, so how is it going to break? And once it does, how are we going to fix it? But more importantly than that, how do we stop it from breaking? And so what I guess you said, particularly, you actually described it, Warren Buffett's haircut rule. The idea that every Tuesday Warren Buffett gets a haircut and it's all he does. What they leave out of that story is that he spends the entire day not talking to anybody and simply reading everything new that is coming across his desk. It's a day just for him. And I was kind of curious, my friend, if you have a day where you process, did I hear it 3 times? What else is coming up? Do you carve out space for yourself?
To be honest, I do try to, but quite honestly, I am not that good at that.
No, because people walk over to you, Kevin, and they say, Kevin, can you come take a look at this? That's your life, isn't it?
It is. It really is. But, I like what you said there, that rule of 3, because I kind of wanted to bump back to that, because that was actually, that's always been kind of my cornerstone of actually doing any teaching or anything. And it actually came from the military. They kind of simplified it, though. They used to say, tell them what you're going to tell them, then tell them what you told them. Like, okay, I see what you're saying, but it's the same principle, right?
It is. It's the exact same.
It really is.
Have you? Okay, so I'm going to keep on referring to this movie over the course of the year. And once the year is up, people can get on my case about it. So we're 50 years outside of Jaws. And if you remember in the movie Jaws, Chief Brody on the boat knocks down the canisters full of gas, full of the diving tanks, and Richard Dreyfuss's Hooper tells him, Martin, you got to be careful around these things; they will blow up. And then later on, as a fight breaks out, not a fight, but they're struggling with the shark, and the tanks get knocked over, and one of them hits Brody in the head. That is the tank that at the end of the movie ends up blowing up the shark.
Yeah.
If it had simply been at the end of the movie, we'd suddenly had this tank appear, we'd be like, that's ridiculous. But because it's been set there, we're able to kind of follow it. And it seems to me that in order to kind of stay ahead in trucking and in maintenance, you're like, a lot of people are talking about this new thing. Maybe I should learn about this new thing. Maybe after learning about this new thing, I should figure out how this new thing works. And then finally, when it breaks, I know how to fix this new thing. Is that kind of messily the pattern you end up following with new technologies?
It really is. It is. I mean, you just exposed my entire secret, Matt. It's that's all there is to it. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I'm actually going to defend you for a second. As I go back to Jaws, it's like that moment when Quint actually knows that his line is going to get tugged on before it gets tugged on. That slow look over. And the thing is, you can tell people that all you like, but here's the thing. The reason you have to fix stuff is because you've told people a dozen times, take care of the maintenance, and it still breaks down. I mean, that's what it comes down to. How have you ever been able, when you deal with somebody who always has stuff that they don't do the maintenance for? Like I said, stuff often breaks because bad things happen, and we get that. But stuff often goes wrong because people don't do the upkeep and care. Have you ever gotten through to a client and said, look, I love your business, but this is going to keep happening unless you do this kind of stuff, and then they finally did it? Am I making sense there, Kevin?
Yeah, no, you are, and I have. I can't guarantee I've done that, in my career here at TA, but I have done that in my career. I've had those conversations with customers, seeing a pattern, and explaining to them, here's why this is happening. If you do this, it may alleviate some of this. And, I'll be perfectly honest with you. One of the biggest things in our industry that came about back in 2007 was DPFs and regens. So much no one knew about it. that's always one of those instances that I draw from, when I stop and think about this, because I can't tell you how many conversations I had with different customers back then. And honestly, even technicians, service managers, not only at the dealership I was at, but, at other places, hey, here's what's going to happen if you keep doing it this way. I said, what you've got to do is you've got to train these drivers how to drive this and what to do when these things happen. That way you don't end up broke down on the side of the road, getting towed in, and all it needs is a regen. I mean, that's one of the best examples I could probably give. But those things still happen today, and a lot of it's just from not paying attention to those little things, So.
We only got a couple of minutes left here. Good God Almighty, I can't believe how fast that went by. It's always love hanging out with you. In regards to what are you looking at next? I mean, like I said, there's nothing in particular. If things are kind of settling, is there anything that you're starting to notice in regards to what the next big thing in regards to maintenance, in regards to any new technologies or stuff that you're noticing because of weather changes, anything like that?
Well, I would really say, as far as the new technologies go, which is not new. There's so much of the stuff we talk about is new technology, but like the driver assistance systems, the ADAS systems, different things like that. But the biggest portion of those systems and how they operate has been out there for 20, 25 years in some cases already. Within the industry, it's just. A lot of the technology has finally, the computer technology side of that, on trucks finally caught up with where it needed to be for these things to be put into place and work properly. But another one that's out there is kind of, it's what I always call predictive maintenance, because I guess it's probably been well over 10 years, probably 15 years ago, close to 15 years ago now. Most OEMs with new trucks started with the GPSs in them that actually, whether it's different names for it, but there's onboard diagnostics built in, and, it sends this information to a cloud, whatever company it is, whatever cellular unit or satellite unit, whatever it is using it, but that information is stored on that cloud, and then through technology and going through the data that's there, hey, we see this trend happening with your truck, or hey, this could cause this particular code or this situation to occur, and then send an email. Those things have been out there for a while, but actually I see that coming to really change the way we look at maintenance in trucking. I'm starting to see, there's more and more of this, especially with the increased, what's a good word I can use here? The increase in the AI technology, just how well AI has grown just in the last few years.
Let's make a point, by the way, since we finally got ourselves out of the rough and out of the weeds and onto the green, let's make a point next time of talking about a lot of that stuff as well. I know you'll have other topics. Kevin, we are absolutely out of time. Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
I know. Crazy, dude. Time really does fly when you're having fun. I hope the listeners had as much fun as I did talking to you. Thank you, my friend. Have the best of days and the best of weeks, and I'll talk to you next week, okay?
All right, absolutely.
Maintenance Matters, by the way, is with Kevin Lindsay, the manager of technical service for Travel Centers of America. By the way, he needs to get himself some Shady Rays because, man, he's a cool dude. Go to ShadyRays.com. They got a great lost and broken protection program. They've got your back at ShadyRays.com. Thanks to Kevin. Thanks to Phone Master Dre. Good to have you back. Always good to have Madison with a T here. Hey, guys, we got Trucking Tributes with Reeves Across America coming up next. Dre did a little of the old, what we would call Baptist spiritual wisdom on it, and did some snips and some clips and some cuts. Nice piece of content coming up here for you. We'll be back on the other side of that with Highway to Hell, too.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton, and today on Trucking Tributes on RadioNemo, I'm joined by Vince Strupp, a longtime friend of Wreaths Across America. Vince, thanks so much for joining Trucking Tributes today. I am hoping, sir, that you will tell me about how you got involved in trucking.
I started when I was 14 years old. It was during the summer in between my 8th grade and freshman year of high school, working for a neighbor of mine on a dairy farm. And he had 2 single axle flatbed trucks. And during the, I think, we broke new land, cleared new land. So my job was to basically drive both trucks. I would take one loaded one and go about a quarter mile down the road and dump it and come back and get the other loaded one, back and forth all day long like that. So that was the first time that I actually had driving by myself. And then later, through the years, and when I was in high school, I worked for a neighbor of mine. He had milk trucks that he'd pick up milk at the local dairy farms. And it was all canned milk in 10-gallon cans. So on weekends, I would help him out by doing one of the routes. And so that took me through my high school years. And then after that, I guess I was about a year and a half after I graduated high school, I was drafted into the Army. And after all of the training, basic training and AIT, we were assigned to about a week that we had basically no orders of any other sort other than I was at Fort Hood, Texas, and we were all given different duty jobs for that time period. And so, the old saying in the Army is you never volunteer for anything. And so, but there was a duty roster made up, and I volunteered for the motor pool. And then at that time, I got to drive rubber tire vehicles around for the week or 10 days that we were there yet. And after that, we got orders for Europe. And once I got over to Germany, I was assigned to the 24th Infantry Division, the headquarters company, and at that time they were doing maneuvers, which was field duty, and I was taken out to the headquarters, and there was the supply and transportation sergeant standing there when I walked into the tent, and he looked at me and he said, "You look like a truck driver." And so I said, then he asked me, he says, "Have you ever driven a military vehicle?" And I said, "Yeah." I said, "I did back in the States." And then he said, well, he said, "When we go back to our post in Augsburg," he said, "you'll be driving from here back there, and I'll be riding with you, and and then I'll decide whether you can drive a truck."
No pressure there, Vince. No.
So I passed the test and got to drive all over Germany, and 2 or 3 weeks after I got back to the post after that maneuver, the entire battalion was airlifted to Thessalonica, Greece. So I drove my truck that I was assigned to through Greece into Turkey, and then it was through the course of about, I think it was a little over 3 months. And right before Thanksgiving, we were airlifted back to Germany. And then I finished my tour of duty in Germany and came back to the States. Was in the reserves, and so I did some more military driving at Fort McCoy for 2 weeks, and after that, when I got back to the States, I went back to my old job, which was working at the Chrysler Company, and I just couldn't. I didn't like working inside. I wanted to be outside, and so I got into a trucking company hauling drywall. And from there, I went to another trucking company driving a quad axle dump truck, and was there for, I don't know, 2 or 3 years, and then went back home on the family farm and my wife and I started farming and raising a family and all that. So we always had trucks on the farm, but nothing like I was used to doing every day. So after I got the kids had grown up, and I decided to renew my chauffeur's license at the time, and now it's called the CDL, and went back into trucking full time and long haul trucking.
Wow.
So then I bought I think 1996 Volvo, and it had over 1 million miles on it. And so
it's barely broken in, right, Vince? Just barely broken in.
Yeah, it was at first it was more broke than in.
So I am speaking with Vince Strupp. Vince Strupp is a U.S. Army veteran and professional driver, owner-operator. You're listening to Trucking Tributes. I'm your host for Trucking Tributes, Susan Patton. And we want to thank the folks on RadioNemo for having us on the show this morning as well. So Vince, that was, I want to take you back before we get into your trucking and being the owner-operator and doing that and so forth. What was your favorite part? Is that the right way to say it? Maybe your favorite part of your military service and your military career?
Oh, the experience that I was fortunate enough to be in, uh, you couldn't buy. There was no dollar amount that could buy that experience. And not only that, but uh, the travel. It just was. I think back of it, and I look at the pictures that I taken back then, and think you scratch your head and you say, I really did that, and it's it was an honor to do what I did, and whether it was picking up rations at the commissary and delivering them to the different mess halls in Augsburg on a daily basis, or out in the boondocks, driving through the different countries and seeing how people lived. And you couldn't, like I said, you could not buy that experience that I was able to go through.
Yeah. Well, you started as a young lad, helping out on the farm and then go into the military, get that experience in the United States Army. You got to see some of the world. You came back and said, hey, I still want to be driving. That's what is in my blood, as they say, that diesel runs in your veins, right, Vince? And decided that you wanted to start out. So you bought a truck. Then what happened, Vince?
Okay, after I purchased the first truck, probably, I don't know, put close to a million miles on that truck, and in 2007, I decided I was going to start out, trade it in, and get into a new truck. And that truck I had spec'd out the way I wanted it and everything when I purchased it. And so that company I was with signed on to mostly East Coast freight and mostly refrigerated freight. So after, I think it was about 2012, I decided I didn't want to go east anymore. I wanted to see the West Coast too. So I had to switch companies to do that. And then at the same time, by doing the West Coast, most of the carriers were looking for team operators. So I was able to find a partner that would we could run team. And so I did that, was able to cover all the states and Canada.
Wow.
And so I seen a lot of North America at that time. And that every day was a new day, and you never seen the same thing over. You always seen something new every day, and I enjoyed that part of the occupation. And then even the different types, the climate changes throughout the year, winter, summer, fall, spring, that always brought a new challenge. And so after, I think it was about 2 years ago, and my wife used to travel with me too whenever she could, and that was always a good way to see the country through the windshield of a truck, of course. But
hey, that's a great view. That's a great view on the world, I think.
yes, and then the other thing is uh, she got sick, and then so I had to come off the road, and at this time my truck has got 2,347,000 miles on it,
Wow.
and on the road every day. So my partner that drove team with me is driving solo now, and as I'm at home and take care of things back here, and
Well, life sometimes demands that, doesn't it, Vince? I mean, the one thing that you've certainly learned in your experience and in life is that life demands changes sometimes, and we have to do what we have to do to take care of our home and our family. And it's great to know that your partner is still out there. Now, let me ask you, when did you first get involved with Wreaths Across America? Because I am told by Courtney George that you have been with us as a member of our honor fleet for 14 years. So what was that story about, Vince? How'd you first get connected with us?
well, I got satellite radio in my truck, so I had Dave Nemo show on,
Aha.
and I heard the promotion about getting involved with Reach Across America, and it was, I think in maybe 2 weeks before wreath laying.
Wow.
And so I called the people at Reach Across America in Columbia Falls, how I can get involved. And well, everything was, kind of too late for this year or that year.
Right.
And so they took my number and everything. And the following, I guess it was in June or July the following year, I got a phone call in regards to whether or not I was still interested in becoming a volunteer. And I said, I sure am. So they told me where I had to be, what time to pick up my load in Columbia Falls. Well, I got there probably about a week ahead of time. So when I checked in, I think it was Rob that introduced himself to me, and I told him I was there to load Reed's going to Arlington, and then whoa, Rob says Arlington. I says, well, I guess that's where I was told. Oh, he says, we got a waiting list for that. And then and then I was a little disappointed, but about a day later, he came out to my truck, and he said, if you can help us out, he says, I promise you'll go to Arlington. And I said, well, what do you need? He says, we need a load of wreaths going to Chicago before your load loads. So in other words, your load is already loaded going for Chicago on somebody else's trailer. And I think it was Paddles. And I got the okay from the carrier I was leased to. So my wife and I, we headed for Chicago, delivered those wreaths, and headed all the way back to Columbia Falls to pick up the load going to Arlington.
Wow, you're giving me goosebumps.
And, pardon me?
You're giving me goosebumps. This is a great story.
And so we got back in time to make that trip to Arlington, and I had never been to Arlington before that.
Wow.
All the trucking I did, I've been all over Washington, D.C., but never to Arlington. So that experience alone was unbelievable, And then uh, there was, I think, 50, no, it wasn't quite that many. I think it's about 40 some trucks going into Arlington on my first trip in there. And what what transpired over the years that I've been doing this, now the number of trucks is close to 60, if not over 60. That's how that has grown.
You are
And
absolutely right, Vince. You are absolutely right. We have grown, and we've grown because of patriotic Americans who have been sponsoring these veterans reefs. I'm speaking with Vince Strupp, professional driver, owner, operator. Vince Strupp on Trucking Tributes on Radio Nemo. I'm your host, Susan Patton. And Vince has been with Reefs Across America for 14 years, hauling America's respect. So you and your wife were able to go into Arlington together, Vince. Can you think back? What were your thoughts? What were your emotions at the time?
Well, at that time, the first time in there, my wife and I are both veterans. She was an Air Force veteran, and I was Army. And that meant a lot to us being able to do that. It was a great honor to be able to do that. I look at every time I got a little sign in the back of my truck when we are loaded. It says, "A truckload of respect." And that's exactly what it is. I mean, to see that cemetery transform in a couple of hours from white grave markers to a sea of white, red, and green is amazing. Just amazing. And to see the people coming out to do this is also amazing. It's hard to believe, with all the turmoil that is within our country sometimes, and see all this patriotism on that given day. It's just overwhelming. And not only that, but I was able to start. My wife and I belong to our local American Legion post, and I was able to start our post off in becoming an affiliate of Reach Across America with the volunteers, to where we do 18 cemeteries in our county on wreath laying day.
Wow.
And that had gone from, we started out with one case of wreaths, and now we're over 1,000 wreaths. That's how it's grown within our county.
That is exceptional. Wow, Vince, gone from truck driver, a member of our honor fleet, hauling America's respect, to actually getting your American Legion involved and bringing on more participating cemeteries. And Vince, I got to tell you, in 2025, Courtney George tells us that we are going to increase our payload by 100,000 to 200,000 wreaths. In 2025, Vince, we are going to be at over 5,000 participating locations in addition to Arlington National Cemetery, all because of that patriotism of which you speak, coming from American citizens. Folks are always saying, thank you, Reefs Across America. And my immediate response is, thank American citizens, because it's the American citizens who get it. They understand why it's so important for us to remember, honor, and teach. And they step forward to not only sponsor those veterans reefs, but they step forward to volunteer, just as you and your wife have, and the members of your American Legion post. It really is exceptional. And we can't thank you from the bottom of our hearts enough, Vince, for your dedication. First of all, your military service and that of your wife's, but also for your dedication to the mission and hanging tough with us, because I'm sure over the course of 14 years, Vince, it hasn't always been easy for you to do what you do for us, yet you persevere. And as our theme says in 2025, you keep moving forward. You keep getting the job done. So what's in store for you for this year? Do you have an idea of what's up for you this year?
Well, I plan on doing another year. And, a lot of people ask me how long, especially my buddies at the Legion Post, how long I was going to do it yet. I always tell them 1 year at a time. And I look, after the wreaths are completely laid on that Saturday afternoon, I'm looking forward to the next year already.
Oh.
And hopefully I can do it. And I don't do it alone. My driver that I have goes with me, and so that's it's just and the people that you meet from when I first started are still there yet, a lot of them, and you see them every year and trade stories and stuff like that. But and then the get together throughout those couple of days is just a wonderful time. And not only that, but I look back at when laying those wreaths. The first time my wife and I grabbed a wreath to lay it on a graveside, and mentioning the veteran's name that's on that stone. It was quite an honor to do that, because that's probably the only time in the year that his name or her name is mentioned out loud. And that we never forget. Never forget.
That's absolutely right, Vince. Absolutely right. Vince Strupp, professional driver, owner, operator, longtime friend of Wreaths Across America, a member of our honor fleet for 14 years, joining us again in 2025. And I just love how you explained it to your folks at the American Legion. Hey, it's one day at a time, 1 year at a time, one step at a time. And that's why and how we all keep moving forward in life and getting the mission done. We all know that life changes, things change, people change, circumstances change. But I think what all of us associated with Wreaths Across America know that the mission to remember, honor, and teach is going to live on in perpetuity through the younger generation, that we teach the value of this freedom and we teach the traditions of wreath laying too. Vince Strupp, I cannot thank you enough for taking time with us today on Trucking Tributes. We appreciate you a great deal, and we are going to see you again in December. Thanks so much for taking time out today on Trucking Tributes.
So welcome. It was a pleasure relating my experiences to your show.
I appreciate you sharing your stories with us.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. Let's rejoin your host, Jimmy Mack, live from the Big Easy.
Big thanks to our friend Susan Patton for helping us remember, honor, and teach. Our friends at Reads Across America always providing us with interesting and compelling content. By the way, speaking of interesting and compelling content, they're going to be talking bats. They're going to talk the state of the spot market and the suspension of the de minimis exemption with Brent Hutto of truckstop.com. Of course, I'm talking about Scott and Ashley of Trucking with Owida. But the big thing they're going to be discussing is that truck stops are an essential location for any truck driver for obvious reasons. But new research is actually arguing they're also critical for infrastructure, and they are critical infrastructure. Essentially, they are part of the infrastructure that makes up this country, providing essential services during times of emergencies. Our friends Scott and Ashley will be talking to the paper's researchers about what they learned on Trucking with Owida at 11 in the center, 12 in the east, here at RadioNemo.com, on the Tube of You, the Book of Face, and all places where you get your content, including Leaving Your Heart at iHeart. Welcome back. Jimmy Mack here. Lindsay Lawler will be joining me in just short order at the top of the hour. And by the way, she's got a whole bunch of stuff that she's going to be covering on country and Western news. For many of you guys, and for me as well, the world is beginning to feel like it is slipping away. She's got two passings of notes to talk about, but Dolly is still with us, and she's got some wine that she wants to kind of serve you. And Ashley McBride won't be serving any wine in her new establishment or any alcohol at all. All of that is coming up as we discuss both kinds and all kinds as Lindsay closes out the show and hosts the last 2 hours with me, but closes out the show with another edition of Country and Western Music News here on Road Gang Radio. Well, the first half, we always talk about how it is you go about making a living, and the second half, we talk about how it is you go about making a life. This is one of those areas that actually, well, goes both ways. We're talking highway to health, and we're talking immunizations. Dr. Uli von Andrian is going to be joining us this morning. He is the president of the American Association of Immunologists. I'm thrilled to have him on. Welcome back. It's good to have you. How have you been?
Very good. How are you?
I don't have any complaints. I mean, you know, I'll tell you this. Every time I fly back into Burbank, I get my booster shots, and it kept me in good stead because a lot of folks in my family had a re-upping of COVID over the last couple of weeks. A lot of my friends got flu the last couple of weeks. So we're going to be talking about immunology today. So where would you like to begin?
Well, I would love to answer any questions that you have regarding how vaccines work and why we are considering them so important. And I would also like to address any concerns you might have regarding their safety or the way they protect us. I believe vaccines are among the most significant accomplishments that medical science has made in the past couple hundred years, really. And I would like to sort of stand up for you and your audience to explain why I have that opinion.
By the way, this, I mean, like I said, this is one of those things, too, where you go back all the way to Benjamin Franklin and him actually expressing regrets later in his life that he didn't take advantage of this new budding science, this new budding awareness, the new awakening that began to happen. Can you kind of give us an overview history of it to kind of begin with? I mentioned Benjamin Franklin. There are a number of stories of people who actually ended up shaping the future of the country because they literally had an early edition of this kind of stuff slipped under their skin, were able to live a lot longer than people back then usually lived. But can you kind of give us an overview of how it is immunization works and why it is so important?
Yeah, actually, I'd like to go even a little bit further back to the mid 1700s when smallpox were really ravaging human societies all over the world. And a English physician called Edward Jenner observed that women who were taking care of dairy cattle were protected against smallpox. And this is because cows were infected with a very similar bug that humans get. So we get smallpox, cows get cowpox. These are two different viruses, but they're very similar. And if you get infected with cowpox, you don't get very sick, but you have cross immunity against smallpox. So Edward Jenner figured this out, and he made the first vaccine. By the way, vaccine comes from the Latin word vacca, which stands for cow. And so he used the milkmaid who had cowpox and took a little bit of a pustule of where the woman was infected and inoculated that into a little boy, and subsequently challenged that boy with smallpox, and it turned out the boy was protected. And that was really the start of vaccination. So at the time of Jenner, when a baby was born, its life expectancy was less than 40 years. Today, our life expectancy is twice that. And this is mostly because we have learned to protect ourselves against infections. And the single most important way by which we do that is actually through vaccination.
It's interesting, too, because, nowadays when somebody makes a scientific discovery or a scientific breakthrough, it'll end up in a journal, it'll end up on the internet. And by the way, even though the internet has caused problems in regard to the spread of misinformation, we can get the word out. I was kind of curious from a standpoint, how long does it really take? Because I can imagine people were opposed to this early on, too. How long did it kind of take for that to spread? Just like the viruses were spreading, just like these diseases were spreading, how soon before people, as we get to the end of the 17th century, at the end of the 18th century, how soon before this becomes common practice in what will become the industrialized Western world?
Yeah, so actually, that is a good question, because back in the 1700s, there were also vigorous debates about the safety and the efficacy and the science behind this vaccination approach. There were people that were, vigorously opposed to this innovation, and others that were believers. But ultimately, basically, you just look at the facts and see that children who were vaccinated survived, and children who weren't vaccinated often got very ill, and many of them unfortunately died. So in a way, over the years, humanity came to realize that vaccines work. And so that's how they became common practice. And in a way, we have become a little bit victims of the success of vaccines, because many of the very severe diseases that vaccines prevent have become extremely rare. So most of us have never seen a child with measles, for example, or with polio, simply because almost everybody so far has been vaccinated, and so the condition itself has become almost eradicated. But if we drop our guard and stop vaccinating our children, then those diseases unfortunately can make a comeback, and we're already seeing that for measles in some areas of the country now.
Dr. Uli von Andrian joins us this morning here. He is the president of American Association of Immunologists. To kind of put things in perspective, when I was growing up, there were actually two of my teachers, one of whom was a nun, the other of whom was an older gentleman. The older gentleman had a brace on his right leg, and the nun actually had two arm braces that she had to kind of walk herself down. They both have been survivors, but victims of polio. And I don't think a lot of people, well, hardly anybody remembers this now, but when the vaccination for polio was discovered, President Eisenhower actually ordered bells rung out all over the United States because, this is a thing that many people thought, would never be kind of solved or cured, would never go away. And when it happens, we end up getting the great gift where he wouldn't even patent it. He basically gives it away, correct? I mean, people don't understand. A lot of the things that are now immunizable were death sentences when they first, before the immunizations came out, correct?
That's exactly right. I think that's a very good point to make. You can think of vaccines similar to a seatbelt, right? We wear seatbelts when we drive a car or a truck because we know there's a risk that we get into an accident. And if we do get into an accident, a seatbelt can save our lives. We don't need it as long as there is no accident, but if we don't have it when there is one, we are in trouble. Similarly to vaccines, we are hedging against the risk of running into a pathogen that can make us potentially very ill or even kill us, or render us, paralyzed for life, or with severe brain damage, like in the case of measles. And the vaccine is basically that sort of biological seatbelt that allows us to, prevent that risk from becoming a reality.
Can you talk a little about it? There's a term that a lot of people hear but don't understand, and Malcolm Gladwell actually uses it metaphorically in his book, The Tipping Point. Can you talk a little bit about herd immunity and the idea that things could go one of two ways? Either you get a virus or a disease spreading like wildfire, or you actually vaccinate enough people where you actually develop a firewall of sorts that protects everybody. But can you talk about herd immunity a little bit?
Yeah. So all of the pathogens, viruses, or bacteria against which we vaccinate rely on their ability to spread from one person to the other. And so if they can do this, like say in the case of COVID not so long ago, but in case of flu every year, then one person infects two infect four infect eight, and so forth. And over a short term, you end up with a epidemic or even a pandemic. But if 2 out of 3 people that we encounter actually have existing immunity that prevent the virus to take a foothold, then the virus has a much harder time to spread. And in fact, as the natural immune system in a person who is infected with such a virus kicks in and eliminates that virus eventually, then that virus has lost its chance to spread across the population and basically fizzles out. So the percentage of individuals who are vaccinated who cannot be infected when exposed to a virus indirectly also protects all the people who are not vaccinated or who have a weakened immune system so that they cannot properly respond to a vaccine. But so there's sort of a critical threshold. You have to have a sufficient number of people in any given population having that kind of immunity. And so that is what we call herd immunity.
Okay, my other follow-up is actually one from a selfish point of view because the man whose name was on our show for the longest time, Dave Nemo, he actually got COVID last week. We were at a party, and my mom and dad got it as well. It's interesting because he got it really bad. My mom and dad didn't get it as bad, but they continue to get their booster shots as I do. Can you explain to our listeners, by the way, when it comes to certain shots, like for the recurring flu shot, the boosters for COVID, the idea that why some things, like, you get your polio vaccination, game, set, match, done. You're not going to get polio, or at least you put up the firewall you need to. but things like the flu and things like COVID, and I feel like I know the answer to this, but I feel like you know this answer a whole lot better than I do. Explain why some things you need to get recurring boosters for, and then I have a follow-up question about the booster in regards to the disease itself or the when you get sick.
Yeah, so this is a loaded question. I think there are several aspects to consider. One is that if you get a vaccine in childhood, basically our body learns something about a particular virus or bacteria. And just like we go to school and we learn things in school, but as we grow up and become older, we tend to forget certain things. So at some point in adulthood, we may need a reminder of useful things we have learned as children, but there is some remnant of memory of what we have learned as children. So the reminder can be sort of more subtle and will still be highly effective. And in a way, booster shots for certain vaccines serve a very similar purpose in that our immune system too can forget certain things. And then, booster shots are basically reminders to sort of reinvigorate that memory and, make sure that we continue to be protected. Now, of course, there are some things that we encounter in childhood that we never forget because they are maybe particularly, impressive or dramatic events that we experience. And that's also true for certain vaccines that are extremely powerful at generating immune memory that is so strong that we don't need reminders, that we have lifelong or almost lifelong protection. So that's one part of the answer, but there's a second part, and that is the vaccine. We make many different vaccines against many different bugs, and they're not all the same. All of these different pathogens, as if they infect our body, they make copies of themselves, millions of them, billions of them. And in the process, they sometimes make mistakes so that some of the copies look a little bit different from the parent virus. And so there is basically mutations that occur, and sometimes these mutations allow the pathogen to be more successful either at surviving in the host or after they get out of the host to survive in the environment or to infect somebody else. So there's an evolution that occurs where these kinds of pathogens over time look differently simply because as they acquire mutations, they become more successful. And so as they do that, they may not look exactly like the virus that we used to make the original vaccine, and then the vaccine or the immune response to that original vaccine will be weaker because parts of the virus are no longer recognized. And so then we need booster shots where we tweak the vaccine such that the immune system is educated about the virus that is actually in circulation that is currently a threat to us. But these new viruses, typically, they still have sort of some, parts that are the same as the original virus. So even if you had a vaccine some time ago, some of the memory you have can still partially protect you against these new viruses, but the protection is incomplete. The longer ago your vaccination was, the less likely you are, though, to have effective protection, and the more likely you are to get an infection and to potentially have a more severe course of the infection.
So basically what you're battling here, what the boosters are helping you battle, is a sleeper cell. The idea that, the mutations allow it to disguise itself, the body can't recognize it, and then it takes hold again. And please correct me if I'm wrong. What the booster does is says, oh, no, we know what you're up to, so we're actually informing the body how to recognize the changes that it has gone through to actually still gain a foothold. Is that fair?
That's fair in part. Only with a sleeper cell, your threat is already inside of you, and it just wakens up. Whereas in the case of most infections, they are not sort of sleeping inside of you. There are some that do that, right. But most of them will come from the outside because we encounter, people in our environment who have an infection and then they spread it to us.
It changed.
But otherwise,
it
that analogy is quite.
It changed its costume. I use sleeper cell, and of course, I'm using it in more of kind of an espionage way, and I realize it's an actual term. So what we're talking about here is it's changed its costume. The way it's able to get into the system is that it's an unrecognizable entity. It's in a disguise. The mutation becomes its disguise that allows it to gain a foothold. I guess is a better way of framing it. Thank you for that correction. I've asked all of this because, of course, our dear friend Dave Nemo got himself a little bit of COVID, and he wanted me to ask you this question. So he's recovering from COVID now. He's learned his lesson, at least in the short term. He wants to get a booster shot to prevent it from happening again. How soon after recovering from something should you get the booster? Because after all, this is the other question I wanted to ask. Does Dave have an extended immunity for the time being because he's just gotten over it? And when should, after that, he get his booster?
Yeah, so the recommendation is typically to wait about 6 months, in part because once you have the infection and your body responds to it and you say you get better, now you have actually immunity, natural immunity that has occurred because you just had this infection. Your immune system has been stimulated by this virus, and now it has made some memory. Unfortunately, for certain infections, particularly, for example, for COVID, we know, and the reasons are not entirely clear, that the memory that we naturally develop to infections with, for example, SARS-CoV-2 is shorter lived than the memory that we develop when we take vaccines instead. So the memory wanes rather quickly, but you have to wait until it's sort of calmed down, because if you give the vaccine immediately after the infection, the pre-existing immunity will basically antagonize this vaccine, and you won't get the desired booster effect.
Okay, so the idea is that if you don't wait long enough, essentially what you're doing is you're setting off a battle in your body you don't need to have. All right, so, and by the way, thank you for coming on, by the way, and just so thrilled to have you and, walk into the fire. So I have a lot of friends out there, a lot of listeners who have real misgivings about getting immunizations. And often we will hear the term, I need to do my own research, which often makes me cringe, doctor. But I'll tell you this, is there a way, if somebody said to you, doctor, look, I believe you, you're a smart guy, you know what you're talking about. If you were going to point people to some place to go to say, okay, if you really want to get the facts straight, as opposed to just kind of looking all over the internet to find things that you want to believe, here's where you can go to find out what you need to understand. Where is the first place you would send somebody to get a better sense of all of this?
So I would point you to a web resource that my association, the American Association of Immunologists, had put out. It's called Immunology Explained. That's one word, immunologyexplained.org. And we have put out a lot of information on various aspects of what you need to know about the immune system, including about what you need to know about vaccines. And maybe in this context, I should mention that the AAI, the American Association of Immunologists, is one of the world's largest organizations of professional scientists who research the immune system. We are nonpartisan. We have members in all 50 states of the United States. We also have many international members. And our mission is to just explain to the public how the immune system works, what we know about it, how we can harness it to improve human health. And this information is all available in an easily digested, nonpartisan, scientifically founded way on immunologyexplained.org.
Dr. Uli, I also wanted to kind of follow up in regards to looking towards the future. Are there new, like I said, you guys are in a rapidly evolving science. Are there things that you are keeping your eye on in regards to the future of vaccines, the future of immunology that you're very excited about, and do you have any concerns?
So I'm excited about many things in immunology because if you think about it, our immune system is everywhere and is involved in virtually every disease known to man. We know immunology plays an important role in neurodegenerative diseases that cause, for instance, Alzheimer's and other forms of dementia. Immunology is important in cardiovascular diseases that result in heart attacks. It's involved in autoimmune diseases. It's involved in transplant rejection, and we have learned in recent years how to harness the immune system to fight cancer in a way that appears to be more effective in many settings than any conventional chemotherapy. We are learning very actively about how to make better use of our understanding of the immune system. There's a whole industry of biotechnology and pharmaceutical companies that is making use of our insights to develop new drugs to treat all of these different diseases. In the context of infectious diseases, you have always to be on the guard. There are pathogens that are in an arms race with us. As we get better, as our immune systems get better, as we develop new antibiotics, these bugs figure out ways to escape this. So we have to be always on the guard. We are never done. We have to always improve and innovate in order to stay ahead of that game.
By the way, and this is not so much directed towards immunology, but I just have been kind of keeping up, when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s, AIDS was a terrifying factor. There are people, by the way, who have actually now found out because of the research and because of a lot of the work that's being done these days, they've forced the disease out into the open. Because of a lot of the work of a lot of really committed folks, there's a number of things that are on the verge of actually either being eradicated or being really kind of brought to heel as well. And the cancer stuff in particular is of a great fascination, because if we can do that, we can prevent that from not just being treatable, but from never arising. I mean, am I understanding you correctly that we're talking about getting things to the point where we never have to deal with the aftermath of cancer because it never arises in the first place? Like I said, I want to make sure I'm hearing you right, because it's very exciting.
Yes, you're absolutely right. This is one part of it. In fact, some of our vaccines prevent cancer because chronic infections with certain viruses can actually cause cancer, particularly human papilloma virus, which is sexually transmitted, is your most common cause of uterine cancer, cervical carcinoma, but it's also often involved in head and neck cancers. So by giving your children the HPV vaccine, you give them basically lifelong protection against cancers that they could get if they get infected with human papilloma virus. And similarly, hepatitis B virus can cause chronic hepatitis, an infection of the liver, which ultimately can result in liver carcinoma, very bad disease, often lethal. But by protecting against HPV, you can protect against the infection of the liver with hepatitis B virus, and in doing so, your risk of developing liver cancer is significantly reduced.
Let me tell you something, my friend. If that technology had actually existed, if the breakthroughs had actually happened a while ago, my grandmother would still be alive. It's hepatitis B that took her from us, and it was from a bad blood transfusion. And I got to tell you, the idea that something that killed her, that there is now stuff that she could still be with us to this day. And I want people to remember that kind of stuff as they think about the importance of this. Dr. Uli von Andrian has joined us this morning. He's the president of the American Association of Immunologists. Guys, look, if you want to do your own research, I would suggest you start with immunologyexplained.org. You're welcome back anytime, Dr. Uli. It's been great having you on.
Well, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. It was a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, sir. Highway to Health is one of the longest-running segments. Speaking of long-running segments, the Braz, Robert Braswell, coming up tomorrow. Our good friend Dave Nemo is actually going to drop in because guess what's going down and guess what's going on. It's the 1,000th episode of Tech Talk with TMC. The 1,000th episode of Tech Talk with TMC. Dave's going to be dropping into the studio. Dave, you got your answer. I'm glad you got your answer. Thank you, Dr. Uli. We got to get to the other side of this break. We got to bring in our friend Lindsay LaRue, who's going to be joining us for the next 2 hours, as she always does. My co-host on Road Gang Radio, guys. We pivot from making a living to making a life. Like I said, do your own research, but do your own research. Don't do your own confirmation bias. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
He's great.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Woo! From the Big Easy to the Music City and out to the open road, welcome to Road Gang Radio, broadcasting live from Fastport Studios in good old NOLA with Jimmy Mack, and joining us from Nashville, the one, the only, Lindsay Lawler!
Would you say from the Big Easy to the girl that's sleazy?
Yeah,
or
a little
no?
bit. No.
A little bit?
No, just at the
But,
party.
like, can you be like a good girl and also sleazy? Can I be like a likable sleazy? Is that a thing?
Yeah, that's my life story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then I want to be that.
Yeah.
From the Big Easy to the girl that's sleazy. What's up, Jimmy Mack? And welcome back, Phone Master Dre.
Woo! Hi.
Remember
Speaking of sleazy, you saw some stuff in Sturgis.
I left on the first official day. Thank the Lord, because man, I was gonna have to go to church or plead to my girlfriend to not leave me, because there's some things going on around me.
Amen.
Because your girlfriend wasn't with you, right?
Nope, it was all dudes, and on the first day, the only person that was probably the most what's the word I'm looking for? Probably the best influence that met up with me was Chowder.
Yeah.
Compared to everybody else that was there, yeah.
Well, that's not saying much.
And
Just
his
kidding.
daughter.
Love you, Chowder. Ayo.
Which his daughter, she came in, she's like, hey, nice to meet you. Rumplemint shot and shake your hand.
Boom. Nailed it. Jim, does a guy's trip to Sturgis sounds like my worst nightmare, but I'm not a guy. Is that up your alley, Jimmy Mack?
No.
No. Okay.
Absolutely
All
not. And I'll be really honest. Why is the fact that there is a certain level of dudes in Dude Town, duding it up in Dude Town, that I find unless you're trying to actually score a touchdown or take a hill, I'm really not interested in.
And that's not a slam on your trip, Dre. I don't mean it that way, and I don't mean to yuck your yum by any means.
Not at all. Not at all.
Because I love people doing things that make them happy, even if I'm like, that makes zero sense to me. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I just don't get it.
Well, here's the thing. I get it. I understand it. It's just not my thing. If that makes any sense. The idea that I don't. It isn't like, why would you do that? It isn't that. Please don't mistake me. I totally get it. Although I want to know, since Night Ranger had a concert, was it simply them playing Sister Christian and Sentimental Street over and over again? Because I can't name.
No, they play the deep cuts, which is also my worst nightmare.
Yeah, I don't. It's like, and you know me. It's like, despite the fact that I have no musical talent, I have a vast knowledge of like deep cuts and deep tracks, and maybe I should go dig in to Night Ranger, but I can't think of any song outside of Sentimental Street or Sister Christian. And like, you could name like, one-hit wonders, and I'd be like, no, they got a couple of other good songs. I can't think of it, dude.
Man, let me tell you something. I left on the first official day, so that weekend after was whenever they had all the concerts. So I miss Marilyn Manson. I miss Hank Williams Jr.
Oh, no.
I miss all these guys. But here's the thing. When it came to going on a guy's trip, I wasn't extremely excited either because my brother literally, and this isn't a dude that begs or pleads with you. Like, he literally was just like, hey, brother, this is my last trip. I haven't had you on it. You have a motorcycle now. And I don't want to also be stuck with our cousin James on the road the whole time. So 20 hours there, 22 hours there, 22 hours back. And the first time we stopped, both times we stopped at a hotel. But with these guys, I wasn't excited because I only knew my brother, my cousin, my other brother, and my brother Lannis's best friend, his son. And they pleaded for me to come too. They were really excited. So I was like, all right, well, I'll go for that. Don't know any of these other guys. When I tell you it was the most strange, beautiful collaboration of guys from every walks of the world, because you have one dude that was your ideal country construction guy that was like, well, yeah, let me tell you something about this one whore this one time. And then you went for this other guy. Yeah. Or you go to this other guy that's like, hey, I don't drink. I don't curse. He's with his son. He doesn't do the same, but he doesn't judge what's going on around him. And when it was, and the reason we went,
two sides of the spectrum there,
but it was like everybody collaborated in the best way because they loved riding bikes. They loved the beauty of different terrains. They loved going to somewhere they haven't been before. And about 4 of the guys went before, and then the other 6 of the guys haven't been. And when I tell you, the first day that we rode on Monday, we rode 320 miles, and I saw Mount Rushmore. I saw Crazy Old Horse. I saw the thing. We shouldn't have did it all in one day, but literally at the end of the day, my brother was like, all right, guys, we can go home now. Like, we knocked it all out. But it was the fact that, later in the week, we still went to these other places around, and I never knew how much was around there, how much beauty was around there. And it felt like you're at Disney World. It didn't feel like it was real. It felt like I was a different planet. And I'll say this one thing. I'll let Jimmy jump in. I went over the hill up on this cliff, and this band that sounds like Fleetwood Mac, the chorus of the song hit. And as soon as the chorus hit, I saw Mount Rushmore. I just teared up, dude. I was just crying. And my brother's best friend that was there, he came around whenever we came to Mount Rushmore because I wasn't letting anybody see me tear up. He's like, man, I don't know what, but when we went over that water, I just cried. Ain't that some beautiful shit?
I love men cry. And I like getting it out, Jim. Sorry, Jim, real quick, but getting it all out in the beginning, because then you can relax and be like, whatever happens from here on out is just icing on the cake.
Mm-hmm. I will say this, now having talked about this a little bit more, what you just kind of outlined there, that's something that does interest me.
Yeah.
The idea of, if you told me a bunch of guys were going to go someplace on motorcycles and go camping or actually, go check out Mount Rushmore, cover some ground, cover some road, I'm down for that. What I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, the idea that that crush of people. Mm-hmm. And you got out of there on the first day anyway. And you understand.
Yeah, it's what you do with Bentley when y'all go out and explore and have food and see how things work and go to a football game. Like you're experiencing the place you're in, whatever that is.
Yeah,
whatever it is, taking it all in.
I'm a big fan of that. The idea of, there's a really kind of wonderful term. It's a FLANNEUR called flaneur. And all it really means is just to kind of wander. So it would be like if you're walking through a city that you like visiting, or you're walking through down a trail at a national park, that rather than being like, we're on a schedule, we've got to do this, 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 and this, you say, that looks really interesting down that trail. Let's go check that out. Oh, that city block looks a little less explored, but it's got an interesting shop. Let's walk down there and see where the world takes us. The idea of the wander is always a big thing for me. I'm a big, big fan of the wander, especially when you have friends. And I will tell you, the other thing that I would enjoy is if we're getting around. I know enough about motorcycles to know what I don't know, Dre. Mm-hmm. I always love being around, like when Dean and I hang out, and he shows me, like, this is how this works, and this is how this thing goes, and all that kind of stuff. I like being around people who know their Shasta. Go ahead.
100%. That's an excellent segue into what I was going to say. With these guys were like a unit. Like, we all just met for the first time, but actually going and riding together, because whenever you ride, you're basically like, One's here in the front, and then one's on the right. One's on the left, one's on the right. And you're basically, so whenever you go in traffic, you're basically not going up like each other's rear. And you're not basically intertwining.
That's a different kind of boys trip.
Yes.
Brokeback Mountain.
Yes.
Different trip.
That almost kind of had to happen because we couldn't get a hotel. We almost had to cuddle.
Ayo.
Whatever. So that's basically like the synchronicity that
How do you
have
go
to
from
do.
I can't get a hotel to we have to cuddle? That's your own business. Sorry,
Yeah,
go
no,
on.
you're in a truck. You're sharing 2 trucks. It happens.
Okay.
Whatever. You take naps. But you're basically in sync with each other, and you have that trust. And let me tell you something, guys. I never rode in this environment before. And whenever you leave the Airbnb that we had, which was beautiful, by the way, I'll show you all pictures because I didn't have – there was no reason why I should have been there because it was super nice, but I had a cute bunk. Whatever. As soon as we came out, you're going downhill, uphill, and every other turn, you're almost going to die. So if you don't know how to ride a bike, it's intense because there's a lot of warnings, but there's like – all right, so whenever you go to certain areas and you see the cross where someone like passed away and they wrecked there, they leave it and they put flowers. No, dude, they put a thing that says think. It just says think. And that's where either someone really hurt or someone died there. And then some of them have flowers. But I'm like, in the first day, in the first night I rode, we're not going to wait till tomorrow. We're going to go to dinner. And it was in the dark. I didn't have really good night glasses, and that wasn't stressful as anything. So, I wasn't clenched to my seat most of the time is what I'm saying.
You were clenched your seats.
God
You're being
bless.
sarcastic. Well, listen, I'm really glad you didn't die. But let me just say to that point, we missed you, but also props to Madison who did hold it down and do everything really well.
Gang,
so
gang.
thank you, Madison.
Yes, sis.
Killing it. You were missed, but it is good to know that Dre is now allowed to take a vacation because we will not fall apart. So missed, but glad you got to enjoy your life, brother.
I'm very thankful because it was only here and there where she had a little questions or whatever, but at the same time I'm like, she had it. She didn't really need it. She just wanted to be refreshed on it or just wanted to be like, hey, is this right? But yeah, I was.
Well, y'all were both thrown to the wolves. It's like, sometimes it's, Jim, it's the best way to learn is just to be like, there's no option. You are in it. I mean, that's how I studied Spanish all through high school and college. I had a degree in it. I learned the most Spanish, going on spring break and my friends being like, you have to get us around, just thrown to the wolves. So Madison was thrown to the wolves. You were thrown to the wolves in the boys club out on the bike. Thrown to the wolves.
I don't know how many times I got to tell people this. The number of people who are listening to us right now, how they got behind the wheel of a truck was being thrown to the wolves.
Totally.
Straight up. On the farm, 15 years old, 16 years old. Ask Dean Croak about the first time he drove. 10 years old in the Australian outback. Let that land, folks.
Being chased by kangaroos.
Yes. Dingoes. I'll end on this note with that. All in all, I am very thankful I got to do that, and it was life-changing in so many ways with bond that I got, the things I've got to see, seen Chowder, things I got to experience, and met a few people, and I said this earlier, and I'm going to get it in the works because I got some connections, but I might just throw Claire into it. Richard Rawlins from Gas Monkey Garage, Lindsay.
Yeah?
Met him at his Gas Monkey location in Sturgis.
Oh, cool.
The dude was walking around cooking, cleaning, doing the bar like he was working it. And he also brought his over $100,000 one-of-a-kind racing Harley Davidson. So that was kind of – he just had it sitting out. He didn't have anything around it. I'm like, dude, you're very trusting, but at the same time, motorcyclists have a utmost respect for other people's bikes. But I'm going to say one more thing, and I'm going to end it on this. I'm going to let y'all talk, and when I'm here, I'm here. Lindsay, I went ahead and did something as a bonding with my brothers.
What'd you do? I mean, I heard you talking about it earlier. Let me see it.
Matching tattoo.
Wait, turn a little.
Okay, can you?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Flash tattoos, free tattoo. My brother was like, hey, because I told him, like, look, I'm going to go get that free tattoo thing over there. It's donations. I need some cash. I'll cash app you. He's like, dude, if you go sit there long enough, I will pay for it. I was like, bet. He messed up doing that. And I sat there long enough, and he came over, and he was like, so you're doing it? I was like, yeah, so are you. And then my other brother came. And
I
y'all
want to
got
give
tattoos.
everybody a fair warning about this. If you have neurodivergent friends, when neurodivergent is often just a way of saying somebody's got ADHD, and you ever challenge an ADHD person to sit still for an extended period of time, it's amazing how they can call upon if there's money on the line or a payment or some sort
Or
of
a
payoff,
tattoo.
or a tattoo or anything. It's amazing, ladies and germs, how they can somehow find that hyper focus. How they can go from being like Fidget McGee to turn into like, Mount Rushmore itself.
And what makes it even worse, Jimmy, is have you ever seen pictures or seen videos of Full Throttle Saloon over there?
Yeah.
It is an absolute museum work of art. Every other motorcycle is hanging is some classic thing. And then there's also a lot going on with it being one of the first days of Sturgis with certain characteristics of women that probably have to pay for college, if you know what I mean. So
I know what you mean.
Yeah, man. But beautiful
But
experience.
break it down. No, just kidding.
They broke it down. Hey.
Hey, so glad. I love to hear about people who have life-changing experiences. It's just a reminder that we got to live. I think that we get wrapped up in our everyday life and work and family and yada yada, which is all beautiful as well. But like sometimes you need that smack in the face to be like, oh, I gotta make a living, but also gotta make a life, which is what we talk about here on Road Gang Radio. Jimmy, I'm very excited about this show today. We're talking tattoos, but #balance, a decorated veteran that's a tattoo artist and Madison's boss. Going to be really cool to dive in with him. Speaking of tattoos, we got country and western music news, and we got somebody that you know coming up as our guest at 9:30. Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle is a guy. He's a hustler and a scrambler. He's a fellow on his way up. Kyle Hester, by the way, who's going to be joining us in just a little bit, was actually born in New Orleans to a Saints player, Ray Hester, and a cheerleader for a mom, Hollis Huntoon. His inspiration to actually get up there on the stage came early. He started out in drama class in junior high. He went to the High School for the Performing and Visual Arts in Houston. He did a little theater and dance his senior year, and you may have actually seen him as a dancer in Houston at the Tower Theater. He's actually worked with a number of very famous directors, John Frankenheimer, Bruce Beresford, Mark Shelton, to name a few, and his film career has taken him to both sides of the camera in building the 1/3 scale sets for Team America. That's pretty cool, huh? I want to hear about that. And being the art department lead man on the TV show Wipeout. He's actually got his first producing venture, Burden of Freedom, where he will produce as well as play one of the lead characters. He's got a lot of stuff going on. And Lindsay, part of the reason why I gravitated towards getting Kyle on this show, and you and I have talked about this from a music standpoint, Madison knows this as well. We always think that it's either all or nothing in the entertainment industry. Either you're a big star with big budgets and the world is happening around you, or you're back home at the community theater. You know what I'm saying? And there's a whole group of people who are out there, small business owners, people who are actually kind of hustling and doing their thing. He's got a couple of great documentaries, real fun stuff, some really spooky stuff about New Orleans, and some rural horror that he's got cooking. We'll be talking to him in a little bit. And then, of course, I'm actually really excited, by the way, to talk about, in country and western music news, about the two passings, because it's a great reminder.
I'm excited to talk about the passings.
I am, actually. I'm actually excited to talk about them because of where those two women started and the idea of how many women, because of their efforts, actually have amazing careers. Because these are two people who I think both of them, in one way or the other, were both underestimated. The second passing more than the first, but incredibly underestimated. And it's really kind of great stories to kind of unpack, and got a lot of good stuff to talk about today.
They're trailblazers.
As we broadcast from the Fastport Studios here at the historic Degas House and over in Tennessee as well. Real quick reminder that Fastport's out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and, of course, people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. So now we're finally settled in. Your travels are over, Lindsay, and I have to ask about it because it happened. Matt Beach actually sent me a really funny video that he made about it. How was Freya's first day of school?
First day of school was yesterday. It was just a half day. And so today is full day, but we got to drive her and actually walk her in. You know, I said this to you before, Jim. It's so hard. Like, I love that Freya takes the bus, but even if you drive your kid to school, there's so many regulations now. I never get to go in the class. You rarely get to see other parents or their teachers because everything is so locked down these days, which, I mean, we're thankful that there's good protection around it, but it's also a bummer sign of the times. So it was nice to be able to actually walk her into class yesterday. But Freya does this thing. Explain to me what this is. She gets this, like when she's nervous or in like a new environment or meeting new people, she has a very, I guess I would say visceral nervous reaction. Like she starts getting weird and talking in this high voice, and she's like pushes me, and she gets really awkward, and we don't know what. I mean, it's just a nervous energy is all it is. It's her nervous tick. But she was doing that. I think it probably changes when we walk away. It's like the combination of I don't know this environment, so I'm going to act weird, but yet my parents are here, so I can act even weirder because they'll protect me. Does that make sense? And so I think when we walk away, I don't know because I'm not there, but I think when we walk away, she mellows out. But it's really weird. Or when she meets little boys too, she does that. She's going to be a total flirt, I think. But
Well, that's
like
a good
mother,
sign.
like daughter.
That's a good sign, by the way, that she's actually, having those kind of goofy moments. And I think you hit the nail on the head. If I was to guess, I think the idea is a little bit of separation anxiety, and I think sometimes that it's like it's almost asking permission to go in some ways. Like the whole gravitation towards you is if you push me away. I don't mean really push her away, like push her to the floor. But if like you tell me, no, it's okay. This is okay. This is good people. You can actually go have a good time. And it's interesting too because I have to believe, as you've said, that when she does that, once you guys exit the premises, she goes back to being Freya to some degree because it seems like she has friends and people that like her. It isn't like who's that weird girl.
Every teacher's always like, "Oh my gosh, she's the sweetest," and we're like, "Is she? Is she?"
Yeah, seems like she is.
Great.
I do want to say to our friends out there who are listening this morning, and I'd love to actually, if anybody wants to give us a call in the brief time that we have at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
I am curious because this morning, my dad does physical therapy on Tuesday mornings, and so I get up with him and I walk him down to the physical therapist, who, by the way, just a couple of blocks away. So I walk him down there, and at the end, somebody goes and picks him up. Which means I get in a little bit later. And this morning, for the first time, I saw them flashing the school zone signs. And some of those school zone signs were flashing at like 5 minutes to 6. And I realize that most of our friends out there are over-the-road drivers that don't have to deal with this. But we do have friends who actually drive trucks who do a lot of urban driving and also see a lot of school buses on the interstates who often take entrance ramps and exit ramps to get across time and space faster. And Lindsay, I have to tell you, when you told me Freya was going back to school, and then I went, just did a news search on first day back, my mom, who's been a lifelong teacher, the idea of putting kids who should have at least 2 or 3 more weeks of a little more fun time in the summertime into uniforms in some places where it is very, very hot and shoving them back into school, the way Dave and I were talking about it yesterday, it seems that it used to be, please correct me if I'm wrong, Memorial Day to Labor Day. And
it's the ongoing conversation, yes. However, because everyone's like, yes, because in my mind, summer is June, July, August. That being said, our kids got out mid-May. So they get out earlier, therefore they go back earlier. So it just depends. It's still the same amount of time, although I was discussing with the other parents at the bus stop yesterday at pickup that I never thought I would have said this. Pick up, but now I wouldn't be opposed to year-round and just year-round school where it's bigger because like 3 months out or 2.5 months out is a lot of kill time, and that's what I realized at least this summer. We had some a good family trip. I did some work travel as well, but we had a good family trip. We did she did some camps, but at some point it becomes you're just like looking for things to do in order to look for things to do, and I think the loss of momentum on your learning kind of goes away. I don't know. I wouldn't be opposed to it because now it's also like spring break. There's so much pressure to take a trip on spring break because it's spring break and there's a shorter one, the fall break. And therefore it's so expensive to travel during those times because they know it. So, hotels, everything are more expensive. So I wouldn't be opposed to breaking it up even more. But to your point, yes, it seems like they're going back early, but it's only because they're getting out earlier.
The other thing is, too, though, I'm going to say this right now, and nobody likes to hear it. Because people say, teachers got it so easy, they get their summers off. I want you to imagine.
I would never in my entire life say teachers have it easy, by the way.
I want you to, as an experiment, guys, I want you to do this. I want you to sit down at a desk or I want you to be in a truck. And I want you to imagine trying to do your job with a 7-year-old sitting next to you and talking a stream. I just wanted you to imagine on a daily basis doing your job and a kid talking a stream in your face. Let that kind of sink in. Let that kind of land, because I have become a big believer, having done the job and having had a number of relatives who do the job. The break is as much for the teachers, not just to have a break, but to actually put together the lesson plans, to study the changes and what's coming up education-wise and all that kind of stuff, because those people start having meetings before the kids ever show up. And the sooner you open school, the sooner you're bringing them back 2 and 3 weeks early. It's just a thought I wanted to throw out there in regards to...
Yeah, but I don't think there's a lot of... I don't disagree, but I don't... Like, for instance, one of my good friends is a teacher. I know she wasn't studying up this summer. She was studying because she's getting a different degree, so she's a bad example because she actually does. But I do know some other teachers that, to your point, just take the summer off, as they should. But, I mean, if they were... that's a different thing than what you're saying, though. I don't think a lot of teachers do because they're so burnt out. But I think if there were more, I think the idea of being more split up, I don't know. Still figuring it out. My kid's only in first grade. I think every year I'll have a different opinion of what works. And, the problem is there's something works different for every family, for every child, for every schedule, especially when we're talking truckers, we're talking parents who travel. Like, every family is so different. So it's so hard to say like what works best, and you just sort of got to try different things. I don't intuitively feel like where my daughter is where we'll end up. I could be wrong, but I wasn't. But I'm also not going to move just to move. You know what I mean? So I don't know. We'll see. It's anybody feel free to hop in on the chat and let us know what works for you and how you see it. But I'd be curious, especially with truck drivers, they taking their kids along during the summer as well. That's the thing.
Yeah, my good friend Gator Bait, who actually reached out to me a couple of weeks ago, used to do that on a regular basis. He would call us over the summer. Bandit has done that too, call us over the summer with their kids, making the ride along with them. Trucker Boaston says we always got out the first Wednesday in June and back on the second Monday in September. That was kind of my experience with it as well. Now, and I do understand, Lindsay, the idea if you're changing the date of the exit ramp, I get that as well too. Like the University of Washington worked, and the University of Georgia, I don't know how I managed to do it, ended up going to 2 institutions that worked on a quarter system. There were times when, like, University of Washington didn't start till October 1st, and the reason they did that was they were in a quarter system, but it was also because in mid-June, in the state of Washington and Seattle, you weren't burning up. I'm saying the weather was spectacular. So you didn't have that sense of like, oh my God, I'm trapped in a school building or I'm trapped on a university campus in this blistering heat. That just wasn't the case with it as well. I mean, that just wasn't the situation. We got to take a quick break here, but I do want to kind of remind you guys that Kyle Hester and Madison's boss, the tattoo artist, Mr. Scrow, will be here sooner rather than later. Lindsay, like I said, though, getting back after... Is it weird to be back home because you've been in Texas and then you've been in New Orleans, and now are you settled in?
I am. Well, and we were on the Cape for 2 weeks prior to that, and then I've actually traveled all summer, quite most of the summer. So I'm all the parents at bus stop or anybody saying, oh, I just wish there was longer summer. Nay, I say. I'm like, let's go. I am so ready to have routine. And this is the first time, Jim, today was the first time me testing out this new format, because we moved to the new format it was summer. It was June. Frey was already out of school. So for me, we've already had a full morning of doing the whole Freya thing, getting her dressed and ready and fed and off to the bus, and now get to come in and sit in and do the show, and then have my day to plan and get ready for tomorrow's show and prep and do my other work. So I'm so excited to be back on a schedule. I'm excited for her to be on a schedule and for me to really focus on work, because I really now, to Jim, what I do for fun now is work. Like, literally what I do for fun is my work. Right. I'm like, work and family. Those are my priorities, and not in a, that's what I'm supposed to say kind of way. I'm like, oh, I'm finally to a point in my life where I love my work, my music, my radio, my family. I'm all in. So I'm in a good place. Yes, I'm happy to be back. Happy to see what we do with Road Gang. And let me say real quick before our break, my guest tomorrow on We Should Write, which is every Wednesday at noon, is Tiffany. I think we're alone now. 80s icon Tiffany is joining me, and she's got some stuff to say, Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, I can't wait to actually talk to her. I've got to meet her in passing before, and that's really a terrific was a terrific kind of just a passing meeting. But I'm very, very excited to hear that segment, by the way. All right, we're going to take this quick break here. I can't wait to actually remind me to tell you more about my kind of experience with Tiffany in regards to growing up with that music in the background on some occasions, and some other stuff about school. We'll be right back after this. It's Road Gang Radio. Go to RadioNemo.com, go to YouTube, find us everywhere you're supposed to be, and guys, go to truckdown.com. Say it, Lindsay.
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down. Truckdown.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
And we are back with more Road Gang Radio live on iHeart, YouTube, Spotify, and beyond. Jimmy and Lindsay, let's keep it rolling, shall we?
So, Lindsay, I got a chance actually to set up his bona fides as a background, the idea of the kind of journey to where he is now. I was telling you guys that Kyle Hester, along with actually, being from the city of New Orleans, by proxy of actually being born into the NFL, as it were, has now been working in the film industry for quite some time. He's worked with John Frankenheimer, Bruce Beresford, Mark Shelton, just to kind of throw a few names in there. He has been on both sides of the camera, including building the 1/3 scale sets for Team America.
Jim, so would you say he's been on both sides? All sides?
I would absolutely endorse that. And being the art department lead man on the TV show Wipeout, you guys got to keep an eye out for his first producing venture, Burden of Freedom. He will produce as well as play one of the lead characters. And his feature, Preacher 6, is in post-production now and should be released this winter. Made a friend. Want to get him on the show, get him out there, and let people know who he is. Kyle Hester, good morning.
Well, good morning, and thank you so much for having me on. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome.
Good morning. Well, and it's nice to meet you. Hi, Kyle. I am Lindsay. Looking forward to diving in this conversation. And I just want to start, Jim, because, the background, because he said it, and it's fascinating, obviously, your origin story, but your parents, you're saints to sinners, from New Orleans Saints to your time in the horror movie film industry. But I'm sort of obsessed with this balance with your dad was a New Orleans Saint, your mom was a cheerleader, so was I. Shout out, hey girl, hey. And then you grew up. All right. And then you grew up and, surrounding yourselves in horror films and the land of the spooky. So how do you go from, Friday Night Lights to haunted alleys? And what is the contrast there? Because my curiosity is, was it trying to do something so different from your all-American parents, or did it just naturally creativity? Was that in you from a little kid?
It's funny. That's a good question. I hadn't thought about how those two things transpired together. But you know what? It was basically for me, it was just I was in junior high school, and then it was like, what do you want to do? Well, I don't know. I guess I'll be in the band. Play band. And when I realized that, we didn't have any money. So when we realized that, like buying a saxophone was like $800, and we're like, okay, well, I'm not doing that. So drama, So it was drama department, in the 7th grade, and I got the bug, and that was it. So yeah, I ended up going to Performing Arts High School in Houston. And Cal Arts, and so I've just been acting forever.
It's interesting too because my wife is now a master's graduate of Cal Arts, so there's a nice connection there as well too. It's funny too because you grew up at a time, and it's important people remember this that I've always said. I know, Lindsay, I'm gonna bring this up by the way. Now this is important to remember because it isn't until the Ronald Reagan tax cuts of the 80s that you begin to see football players making any sort of real money. I mean, people forget that baseball players up until the 70s, Lindsay, many of them had to take jobs in the offseason unless they were Ted Williams or Babe Ruth or somebody like that. And the old joke was...
I didn't know that.
There was a time in American history in the 1950s where if you sat in the first 3 rows of a baseball stadium over the dugouts, there was a good chance that your salary might be higher than almost every baseball player on the field. And the same applied to football for a long time. And so...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
I think my dad, he played 71 to 73. So this is in those times. I think he made like $27,000 a year. I think that was his salary back then. I mean, which was decent for back then, but I mean, it was not like it is today. We lived in, we had a little house in Metairie. He had a little house in Metairie. I was a little kid. So, yeah, but it was just like, not like, rolling dice and all that stuff. It's just like regular kind of thing. Just like a middle income, kind of situation back then.
Well, and there wasn't the extent of like, kind of endorsements and things that we can do that are these days because of social media. Like these athletes are getting paid crazy money outside of their own contract just because they can sit online for days and talk about crap and make millions. So there was none of that either. So I do remember that because I grew up in Dallas and had a Dallas Cowboy that lived on our street. And listen, we weren't making that kind of money. And so, I remember that him, them all having the side gigs, the side hustle, so that's fascinating. Well, we're glad you got the bug and stepped into it, Kyle, and found your own creative life. But I love that. I love that balance of the all-American. Not that you're a sinner, but I do like saying this: you're a saints to sinners kind of thing.
Oh, have you seen some of his posts?
You know what? It works. It works. Yeah. It's funny. Back at when I was in 8th grade, it's like I played football in junior high, and I was tiny. I was like a little guy, and they wouldn't cut me because my dad played for the NFL. So I was like one of the smallest guys on the team, and I'm trying to do everything, and I'm just being crazy. But I was like, I was the 3rd string. I was like, well, I thought it was endearing that they kept me on the team.
Like, stop doing me favors.
I didn't have the size, so thankfully, I didn't have the size. So, I'm like 5'10" now, but, maybe I could anyway, those days are over.
Yeah. But that's a really interesting thing though. When those days are over, the idea that you figure out pretty quickly that, maybe I don't want to get hit. I remember this, and I've talked about this on the show before, Lindsay. I actually tackled a future NFL player when I played high school, and played it with a good friend of Brad Bentley, and I were on the same team. And everybody said he made this great tackle. In regards to hindsight, I now realize I was a speed bump for a freight train. And I remember this guy hit me so hard, and he ended up on top of me. He basically tripped on me. And as he looked at me, he went, "Lucky," and got up and went back into the huddle. And I'll remember that to my dying day. And at that moment, you realize, you know what, maybe I'm having fun out here, but this probably isn't the thing for me. You know what I'm saying? And that's a moment. I wanted to ask you something in regards to World Police, because you got a chance to work on those one-third scale sets for it. And I don't know if you know this, Lindsay, but in Escape from New York, a lot of the model building, a lot of the really kind of do-it-yourself special effects were done by a guy who had just gotten out of the trucking industry by the name of James Cameron, who had worked on that kind of stuff. And in many ways, your journey through the film industry resembles a lot of that 1970s stuff where you get these guys and these gals who are working on other people's bigger projects and getting a chance to get a film education by observing the world around you on set. Can you kind of talk about just having observed Frankenheimer, Beresford, Mark Shelton, the boys from South Park, as Stewie calls them, and looking at that and kind of tell us in regards to being, on the ground, what it is you learn from just as an observer doing your job on a daily basis in the film industry.
Well, it's interesting that you brought up Cameron, because one of my first art department jobs in Hollywood was on a 7-Up commercial, and it was the Skotek brothers who were the art department Academy Award winners from Aliens. So they did all the practical effects on the Aliens movies, and they went on to Titanic and stuff like that. And that's where I met Mark Shelton. And John Nolan, who was the makeup effects guy from Reanimator. Which we've been lifelong friends, since then. But I started in practical effects, and miniatures and all that kind of stuff. So it was the 7-Up commercial was like a miniature city, and it was all these big, cardboard domes that were sprayed, painted silver, and so it's this big silver city. And so they called kludging is when you take things that look like you would go to a grocery store and buy a bunch of chemical bottles or whatever, and you spray paint them and you put them and you make little windows, and all of a sudden you've got this huge building that's actually a bottle of bleach, so it's you take things that already exist and you make them something else. So that was just kind of opening my mind up to wow, okay, so anything is possible, if you can kind of have the imagination to make these things happen. But with Team America, we did all the third scale sets. And third scale means is a third the height of a normal thing. So Paris, all those, the cafe and all that stuff was built at 2 foot high. So that the puppets would fit into, that area. And we did the Egypt, all the big car chase. We built hundreds of tables and we would have foam on the tables and build the landscape that would be like the desert, when the cars would race through the desert and stuff like that. So it was all foam and paint and whatnot. So it was, you make the whole world. So that was a really cool, fun experience.
You get paid to be a little boy's dream. It's science experiments and blowing shit up. It's what could be better than that? Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah. That's amazing. And also I love that you dove into that a little bit, Kyle, because I always talk about how people sort of passively consume art, not sort of, very much so passively consume art, whether that be music or movies or whatever it may be, and don't think about what went into making the scene that you're talking about. There was a lot of people and a lot of money and time and creativity and thinking outside of the box to make it happen. So I love being able to explain it. And Kyle, the other thing, because you're on both sides of the camera, you're an actor, but you also produce, and you're also the creative piece, as you just described. So I talk about presence a lot. And how in the world are you able to, if you are, maybe the answer is no, but how do you find that you're able to stay in the moment creatively when you're producing, but you're also acting? Are you mid-scene thinking about lighting and wondering if craft services brought the jerky? Or how do you stay in the moment of acting when you're also on the the creative and directorial side of the film?
That is a great question. And for the people who don't know, basically, people throw around the word producer and hey, producer, and they just throw money at something. Well, actually, what a producer does is they are responsible for everything. Every person that's hired, all of the departments. If it looks good, if it sounds good, it falls on the producer. The producer hires the director. So it's ultimately a film vision is the producers. So, and they work with the directors to make those things happen. And I know a lot of people don't know that, but that's really the reality of it. So yeah, so when we were doing Preacher 6, and I played, one of the lead roles in it, and so I would have people come out, I'm about to go on, we're at action, and then I had the lead, our guy, would have come over and ask me a question, or to the little things of these couple of people are having an argument. Could you come over here and settle this? And it's so yes, you're wearing all the hats, and
you're let me get through this sex scene. One moment.
That's funny. We didn't have any sex scenes in Preacher 6, but yeah, it would be.
Well, whose fault is that? You should be writing more in, Kyle. It sounds like you're in charge of everything. If I heard, write some more. No, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
That is funny. Well.
My favorite joke, by the way, in regards to a producer, is how many producers does it take to screw in a light bulb, Kyle?
What's the punchline? That's I don't know. Which department is it? Yeah, I know.
I got it for you.
Yeah,
You ready? You ready? Here it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kyle, do we really need this light bulb? I need you to ask yourself long and hard before we do this. Do we really absolutely need this light bulb? There it is. There's the answer.
That's funny. That's funny.
There it is. And that's the thing, is the fact that, the difference between a line producer and somebody just smacking their name on something to give it a bona fides. We were talking about this the other day, Lindsay, that Francis Ford Coppola is the executive producer of the movie American Graffiti. But what he really is in that case is he simply put in his imprimatur so the studio would be comfortable with releasing it because they could put his name at the top of it, is a very different thing than the human beings, as Madison, our producer, can tell you too, is very different than the human being who has to worry about every single aspect of the movie, right down, as Lindsay pointed out, to the craft services. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, and I'm actually going to ask Lindsay the same question because she's worked in radio studios and with some really big names, is I was curious, as you're kind of going through this, I don't know if you're a journaler. Lindsay's very, very big on writing. She has her own show called We Should Write, which is every Wednesday, where we talk about the power of writing. But I was curious, as you're seeing people like Frankenheimer and Beresford and Shelton and working with Team America and working on Wipeout, if in fact you are taking notes in regards to the way of saying, this is my education. And I'm wondering if you were to give advice to a young filmmaker or a young actor or a young aspiring producer moving into this, to say every place you go, you need to make a point of taking notes of what you've learned on a daily basis, because you're getting an education that you can't get in a film school.
That is a lot. That is 100% right. So first of all, I didn't know that I was going to be a filmmaker. I just wanted to act. So it's how do I get into acting? How do I, put myself in front of the camera? So it's that was the passion that I still have. And so I ended up doing everything, so throughout my career, like I said, it's I've done just about everything but run a camera, on a film set. So I ended up knowing how to do everything. It happened with The Chair. The Chair is a horror movie with Roddy Piper. I came on as an actor, as one of the prison guards, and the producer, the creator of The Chair, lived on the East Coast, and I was here in Hollywood, and he was interviewing all these other producers, and everyone was this A-type personality, and we're going to change the cast, and you got to change the script, and he's go F yourself, I'm not doing that. It's this is my cast. I've already got Roddy Piper and, Zach Galligan and, all these other people. So we're not doing that. And so he would ask me questions. Hey, Kyle, do you know where I can get this or whatever? And I knew the answers to his questions, when he would ask me, and he hated all these other producers that he was interviewing. And so he said, do you want to produce it? And I was like, what? Well, okay. So that was my first job producing. So, and I set.
Kyle, was it a little bit do you think you can do better? Go for it? Or was it a genuine, would you like to take this role?
No, yeah, it was the second one. Yeah, it was a genuine,
okay.
Do you want to do this? Would you like to do this? And so, and I hadn't even considered it, I should produce something, it was just I knew how to put things together, and so I don't know if anyone has seen that movie, but it's built in. It's on a prison set, and we went to all kinds of different locations, like looking for actual physical prisons that we could shoot it in. And there was problems with either timing because of cast availability, or the sound was like a big echo chamber, and you just couldn't have dialogue in there because you have to shoot, do ADR to redo all the dialogue without the echo. So we went in all these places, and it's like none of these places work, and they didn't know that I was a carpenter. So I said, okay, well, we got one choice because we're shooting in a month. So I said, I'll build the set. So then I built the prison set in my backyard for $3,500 of material.
Wow.
And yeah, so if you look up The Chair with Roddy Piper, I built that set, and that's how I got built.
Wow. And then also, because I'm curious, because you mentioned like the actors, because you've got some great names in there, that Zach Galligan and Naomi Grossman, Peter Murnick. And so it's this killer cast on Preacher 6, but and I saw that you had called it sort of your mental Rolodex of awesome. Is that something you said? Did I read that right?
That probably is something I said.
I wrote that down. I don't know if that's exactly what it was, something along that. But so I'm curious of that, because you guys did a crowdfunding situation for this, which we love to talk about on here. So how do you, in that moment, balance like artistic chemistry versus like practical crowdfunding recommendations when you're casting an indie horror film? Because it's like you want the names, but that seems like it's like artistically you want the right person, but also getting certain names to get people excited. Is that a hard line to walk?
Well, I mean, it's all about relationships. Like,
yeah,
all those people. Like, I had worked with Naomi Grossman on The Chair, so it's like I had that relationship, so I could call her up and go, hey, do you want to play this role? We're doing a movie. We're crowdfunding a movie, and she said, yeah, call me agent. And I was like, all right, I got to talk to your agent. Okay, I'll talk to your agent.
I know, isn't that annoying? Even when they're friends, you get the yes from them, and then you have to call, be like,
wow.
yeah.
Yeah, I had to do that with a couple of people, but most like Peter Murnick, he played Father Dan in it. He's so good. He was in Justified. He's 6'5". He's like super amazing presence, and we had worked together on Andersonville, and that's where I met him, as well as Carmen Argenziano. That's where I met Carmen. And so basically the Rolodex of awesome that I have in my head, like as an actor, I'm working with these people, through my career. And I'm like, if I ever had an opportunity to make a movie, you're in it, and you're in it. And so I had these,
Gotcha.
Yeah, the Rolodex. Yeah. So that's how they ended up in the films. And so, yeah. But as far as like crowdfunding, that was its own thing. It's way different today. It's way more difficult now than it was when we crowdfunded for it, because it was like it had just come on, the Indiegogo's and all those things were very popular, back then. So, yeah. But it is a all day, all night job to raise money like that. So.
It's interesting, by the way, we just had on Julian Simpson, who actually created the Lovecraft investigations for the BBC, and they wanted to do a 5th season of it, and the BBC was like, we're not interested in doing that, and they were able to raise, in regards to American dollars, about $200,000 in about 2 weeks to make that happen. I'm not saying that as a way of people can go out there and make that kind of money. It almost feels like now that Kickstarters and crowdfunding really work when you have an established product and a group of followers. And it goes back to, Lindsay talks about this all the time with Instagram, the idea that everybody has to take that deep sigh and say, okay, I got to get some loyal followers going on here, because at some point I may have to call upon these people to essentially buy advance tickets and advance merch with the promise that we'll make a product for them to kind of enjoy. And in that way, I wanted to ask you, would you ever think about doing a crowdfunding again to kind of make anything happen? Because, it is
100%. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like, it's one of the only ways the independent film gets made. It's like it's very difficult to make money, making movies in today's climate. But that is like, if you people want to see independent film, then support those fundraisers, because that's how they get made, really. Because it's like unless you are, a Hulu or a Tubi, that's making their own movies, is going to put it on their own content and then also put it on the front page. Then the indie films just kind of get buried. It's like, well, how do you like, get people to know about it? And to your point about, getting lots of followers, then that is exactly what you do. So it's like you have to see yourself as a studio. So what would a studio do? Well, they have to have an audience. So, well, okay, they advertise. Well, I don't have money for advertising, so what am I going to do? Then that means I have to follow a ton of people. It's like each follow that you do on Blue Sky or Twitter or Instagram or whatever, it's like a handshake. Hi, I'm Kyle. I'm a filmmaker. And they go look at your page and go, yeah, well, okay, cool, I'll follow you. Or no, I'm not interested in movies. But you're not going to know until you follow somebody. So it's like that is the inorganic way of gaining a following, is just by following people.
So please follow. Like and follow. Like and follow.
Yeah, exactly.
Kyle, I want to get your take on. Okay, so Jimmy, my host over there. He's a big horror film buff, as is his wife Claire. It's not been something that has spoken to me in the past, but you know what? Documentaries didn't used to speak to me, and now it's all I want to watch. So I think we sort of grow and evolve in our interests. But what I'm starting to think, perhaps, and I'd like your take on from a horror perspective, the thriller side, is that I wonder if it's actually secretly one of the most honest storytelling forms that there is. And maybe that's why it scares people in a different kind of way. Like it gets to say perhaps all the things other genres are too scared to. And I'd wonder if that resonates with you, because you're really creating this dark, gritty world in Preacher 6, the preacher turned vigilante. And I'm wondering if there's anything in the story there that feels personally you from a storytelling. There's redemption and fighting demons, etc. Do you think that is horror really trying to say these deeper things that sometimes we miss behind the blood and the guts?
Yeah, I think that that's a great question, and I think that horror gives you permission to delve into ideas of what's okay and what's not okay, and what really is the root of fear, and I think that it's like in life you have things that you love to do and things that you're terrified of. So you have those two extremes, that kind of like balance your life, and where do you live, in it. And I think that everyone likes to experience a little bit of like, what would I do if I was in this situation? So like in a horror movie, it's the extreme of that. What would I do in this horrific, terrifying situation? So you get to experience the feelings and also answer questions, for your own self. So I think there's a lot there. But
I love that. Great answer.
Uh,
That makes sense. That makes me watch it. Would watch stuff with a different lens. With that, I would watch it in a completely different light, which is how I watch documentaries now. Like really trying to figure out what was going on with that person, whether it be a documentary or now a horror film. So I love that.
It's ironic too, guys, because it used to be with horror that you literally had to like either have the same slasher over and over and over again, this kind of return of Freddy, return of Jason, return of Michael Myers, and on and on and on, and even with the Terrifier series. But the really cool thing is, Lindsay, is that people don't want to take a chance on big projects anymore. The one exception is horror movies, because you can do an original IP because people will show up if the promise in the marketing is that the shit will get scared out of you. If in fact it's like, oh, well, I watch a story about racism in the Deep South in the in a different time. Are there vampires? Count me in. Will I watch a story about COVID at the beginning of COVID? Does it involve like Joaquin Phoenix and Pedro Pascal having a standoff in the middle of a southwestern town that involves like raging monsters who come from Antifa? Yeah, sign me up for that. That you can talk about big issues and do it in an original fashion if you promise people you'll actually make them crap their pants. And it leaves open the idea for original intellectual property in the way that everything else feels like sequels all the time. There's a really kind of cool thing. I think you're right, Lindsay. It allows you to explore, as Christopher Nolan said it best, the things that are concerning us right now. You can actually talk about things that people normally wouldn't let you talk about. I don't know if you feel that way, Kyle.
I 100%. I think that, like, I could listen to you talk all day about that. That was brilliantly said.
Well, thank you. I'll be here actually Monday through Friday. You can find me at 7 to 11. Thank you very much.
So if you liked that, please like and follow him, Kyle, and like us all. Speaking of that, Kyle, what is what is the best way for people? We're out of time, unfortunately, but what is the best way for people to get involved with your projects and what you have going on?
Well, you can find me on Blue Sky. I'm also on Twitter. Just Kyle Hester. You can search that name. I'll come up on either. And if you want to, I do have some spooky some horror type documentaries. If you go to the Fossum app and just like search my name on Fossum, all those documentaries will come up, like Haunted Lake Lanier and all that stuff. So,
Haunted Lake Lanier.
And by the way, guys, if you make your way over to his socials, a lot of the links are there. I mean, a lot of the stuff that you can watch. And I would really encourage, Lindsay loves to tell people, make sure you download, don't just listen. Guys, make sure that you rent these movies. I got a chance to do that on a couple of occasions. $2, $3 a lot of the time, sometimes less. You're helping an independent filmmaker get their message out, get their images out, get their worldview out, and that's really cool. Kyle, you're welcome back anytime, my friend. It was good to actually spend some time with you as a fellow New Orleanian. Who is now gone all points beyond. Thank you, brother. Welcome back anytime.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much for having me on, both of you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Good guy. Guys, it is Road Gang Radio. Madison with the T and Phone Master Dre keeping us on the ones and the twos. That's Jimmy Mack. I'm Lindsay Lawler. We're talking tattoos next. We're talking body art with a man who's been doing it since 1977. He's also a decorated veteran. #balance. You're not going to want to miss this conversation, Jim.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
And this is Road Gang Radio. You're riding shotgun with Jimmy Mack in New Orleans and Lindsay Lawler in Nashville, but we're broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios.
Fastport, by the way, is making the miracle happen for us. They're solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and since it involves Brad Bentley and Dave Harrison, of course, people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org. By the way, Lindsay, you always look cool when you go outside, don't you? And why do you look cool? What are you wearing?
I'm wearing my Shady Rays. You can head on over to shadyrays.com. They got you. Lost and broken protection on all of their glasses. Guys, I like the aviators, but there's literally, quite literally, something for everybody. And I mean that, men, women, children. You're on the golf course, you're in the truck, you're at the lake, whatever. Oh, even out on the slopes, which will be here before we know it. They got you. Head on over to shadyrays.com. The greatest customer service I know, because I've had to call them myself. Get you some.
Yeah, they are on top of it over there, and we're on top of it over here. We talk about the idea in the first half of the show, we make a living. In the second half of the show, we make a life. And good God Almighty, we've been talking motorcycles, we've been talking tattoos, we've been talking a lot of groovy stuff over here this morning. This feels like peak trucking conversation, by the way. Our next guest is from New Haven. You might know that place. He did his first tattoo in 1977. He moved down here over a decade ago. He actually opened I will actually send you to the website. I suggest you check it out. It's Groovy Von Groovystein. It's Catahoula.tattoo.com. Catahoula.tattoo.com. And Dominic Scrow is joining us this morning, along with being a veteran. He is also a remarkable tattoo artist with a lot of ink under his fingers and a lot of ink on a lot of skin. The illustrated man himself has arrived. Lindsay, say good morning to Dominic Scrow.
Good morning, sir. I can see him on the Google Meet, so you look very, very joyful, friend.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and listen, I say that. I'm going to say he's joyful and lovely looking because there are some tattoo artists that are scary. I'm just going to say the obvious. There's some tattoo artists that are scary, and when you walk in, it'll be like, oh, I need somebody who's likable if you're going to put if you're going to put a needle near my body, and I've got several tattoos. I need a likable human who's doing that on me personally. So thank you for having a joyous smile, sir.
I'm delighted to hear you say that, honestly. It's absurd when I hear, you don't look like a tattoo artist. It's like, what am I supposed to look like?
You're supposed to have like your face covered in piercings and like extreme body modifications.
I got to dress like Bon Jovi.
I have to tell you, I'm with Lindsay on this. I am completely with Lindsay on this. If I walk in and I see you there, I'm going like, oh, thank Jesus. Oh, my God.
If I saw you, I'd get more tattoos. I'd be like, I came in for one. I'm leaving with 10. That would be.
I want to tell you right now, it would be like basically, it's like what if Christmas had a tattoo parlor in it, you actually would be there. It is like this. He's like this handsome, in good shape version of Santa Claus, and I feel really good about that.
A tattooed Santa would be a good band name. Okay, here's where I want to start, Dominic, because as we're talking about, it takes outside of just being good at what you do there, you're also a veteran, so thank you for your service, first of all.
It wasn't always my pleasure.
Yeah, understood.
The requisite amount of suck. Go ahead, Lindsay.
It takes a certain kind of person to go from combat boots to tattoo boots, I guess I'll say. But both jobs involve needles and pain and sometimes permanent consequences. So I'm curious there if there is a shared mindset that you see between the two, serving in the military and then serving people through art. Is there a discipline or code that you've seen carry through the two?
Oh, I should not have been tattooing in the Army. I was not ready. I tattooed a lot of guys in the Army that they were horrible.
Yeah.
The guys or the tattoos?
The tattoos I did on the guys in the barracks, without the proper, it was the 80s. And I had just joined. But the discipline's there for afterwards. Like, I don't think I could have done anything successful in my life without that foundation. It taught me a lot. I didn't make my bed when I was in high school. My mom did that, I learned how to make a bed. I learned a lot. How to do my laundry. I did iron.
Sorry, Jim, but just successful. But to start and run and grow a successful business as you have with Catahoula for this long a time, what I'm hearing you say is that was the discipline that the being in the military gave you to even, because it's easy to launch a business. It's hard to sustain a business. So
no truer words are said. I got to tell you, it's when people say it must be nice, you weren't there.
Yeah.
Like COVID. COVID shut us for 4 months. It was devastating for a lot of small businesses, including, you got to remember, nobody needs what I sell. It's
the key. It's the absolute key to remembering this. And I remember I had a good friend of mine, Lindsay, named Patrick McNamara. And if I showed you who he is the dad that has the relationship with the younger woman in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. You know which one I'm talking about? The dad who actually is sleeping with the girl.
I haven't seen that.
Okay.
It's a long time.
He's been in a lot of stuff. He's that guy. He's the guy that you see him. And he had the best line about it one time. He told me he came to see a show and he said, I'm going to give you the highest compliment. I want you to take it as such. He said, it's better than it has to be. And he said it always has to be. He said, because when it comes to what you and I do, when it comes to restaurants, when it comes to tattoos, when it comes to all of it, nobody has to come.
It's a luxury.
There is no demand. I mean, people might say, oh, I had to have this tattoo. Oh, my spiritual animal needed to come out on my skin. I get all of that kind of groovy stuff. But at the end of the day, if you don't provide service, not just product, but service, nobody's coming back. Because even if you produce a beautiful image on somebody, it wasn't worth it if the experience from entrance to exit wasn't top notch. It's like getting a great hair. You've talked about it, Lindsay, the idea of going and getting hairstyle. And the idea that it's like, Morgan has talked about this too. The idea that I want to get an experience when I go to have this stuff happen. And it goes back to your Army question, Lindsay, and goes back to your making the bed. In order to be a good business owner, you've got to make your bed. I mean, that's it. You've got to have like a beautiful, pristine space. People have to feel comfortable coming in. It's not just about the action of making the tattoo. It's about the whole product, the entrance and the exit and everything in between, right?
I want to say that I was off the cuff, that comment. No Jordan Peterson kind of thing here going on. But yeah, no, it's a discipline. The bed is just one thing. But like shining your shoes or stuff like that.
Right.
But yeah, I got to tell you another thing about the trend today, or the way the industry is going, is that hospitality, that part of hospitality. Either it wasn't ingrained, or it's just the new artists don't think it's necessary. Their work is amazing. There's artists out there with amazing work. But I guess what I'm saying is I have no idea why we're so successful, because there's so many artists out there that are
might
amazing.
Be the hospitality,
and I'm banking on it.
I'm sure it is, because here's the thing too. There was only a certain kind. When I say used to be, like a long time ago, there's only a certain kind of person that would have a tattoo, and it was you got them in the military, or you were, the cliche thing we're talking about, pierced, biker that's pierced and covered in tattoos, whatever. And these cliches of what someone with a tattoo would have. And now it's more often, I think it's more rare that somebody doesn't have a tattoo today than the other way around, even if it's that, yeah, Jimmy Mack didn't have one, and that's pretty rare. But I'll say it took me, so my husband has a bunch of tattoos, and my mom blamed him for, I didn't get a tattoo till I was 30, and then I was like, oh, I kind of love this. And I'm not like covered, but I love them. And so my mom still blames my husband to this day. But I remember going in for the first time and being like, feeling in my head, and maybe I was projecting, but feeling like, oh, I'm not the type of person who'd be here, so they're going to think I'm silly for getting whatever. And it's not. And my question to you is, like, you have to, because you're putting something on somebody's body forever. And to what extent, with that in mind, Dominic, do you just, if a girl walks in and says, I want a butterfly on my hip, do you give her the butterfly on your hip? Or do you try to encourage a little more gusto, or to enhance what they're getting?
I don't talk people into tattoos. I'll talk them out of it if it's something I think will look bad.
Yeah.
Only because you hear a lot of people will show you a tattoo on them. And because one of the questions I'll ask is, have you had a tattoo before? If I don't see it, I'm going to assume you didn't. So they'll show me, and the artist put it there and told me that, and now I know their mindset. I'll tell them if it looks bad. But you're going to get something that you didn't realize. You had an idea in your head. I'm going to draw it. And 9 out of 10 times they'll be like, oh, yes. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. And then we'll put it on them. And I don't know. Did I answer your question?
Yeah. No, you did. Yeah.
The butterfly,
you did,
the butterfly's nice, but some people, I'll tell you a quick story about SpongeBob SquarePants. Guy comes to me with this image of SpongeBob SquarePants, but it looks like a 4-year-old crayoned it. And I'm like, you don't want this. He goes, no, absolutely, please. I want it. Please put it on my shin. He wants it big too. It's just like, I tried to talk about it. So what I said was, do me a favor, don't post it. I'll do it. It means something to you. And that's kind of important too. It's one of the questions I ask. What's this mean for you?
Right.
I want to know how long they've been thinking about this tattoo.
Well, because it could be, you're like, that looks like a 4-year-old drew it. And he's like, well, my 4-year-old did draw it. And so that means something. But I love that because it's your calling card going on someone's body. So I love that you're like, I'll do it for you, but do not say where you got this ever.
He posted it. He posted it everywhere. And it turns out it happens to be a character drawn poorly that was actually on the television show that I didn't realize. And it's called Doodle Bob instead of SpongeBob. And yeah.
Oh my God, I hadn't thought about Doodle Bob. Yeah,
well, there's a kid in New Orleans that's wearing a tattoo that looks just like Doodle Bob.
That's so interesting too, though, because I keep thinking about with Rick and Morty, Pickle Rick. The idea that somebody, I'd never seen that before, and then when I suddenly put it together, you suddenly realize that sometimes that something that doesn't look good to you because you don't have no cultural context for it, everybody that gets it gets it. And so that it really kind of lands like that. I do like the idea, though, and it's so important as opposed to just wham, bam, and here's your ink, that there is really a sense of, let's just talk about this for a moment, not because I'm going to talk you out of it, but let me just get a sense of who you are. And that's part of that hospitality, right? So I wanted to kind of ask this in regards to when somebody comes in, we talk about this with museums and halls of fame when we have them on the show. Can you kind of take us through what the experience is like? So Lindsay comes to town, and she's going to get herself a tattoo. So take me through what that experience is like for her and the best way to help her have the best experience when she enters.
Yeah, Lindsay, if you heard about, for one of the questions, how'd you hear about us? But if you went online, you could book a free consultation, which I highly recommend. It's free. Come in for a half an hour. Let's talk about what you're thinking of getting before you commit. We do take a deposit. It's only $200, but we take a deposit if you're going to set an appointment. But come for the consultation. This will eliminate the odds that you're not going to get that. Well, first of all, Catahoula Tattoo has the most amazing conversion rate. And I hope this didn't jinx it just then. But we have an amazing, if you walk in.
He hasn't missed a field goal in 33 attempts. He holds the NFL record with the game on the line. And here's the kick. Yeah, I understand.
We have an amazing conversion rate. And I got to tell you, it's the consultation that does it. It's the consultation that, because you're drawing in front of them. It's like a magic trick, though.
Well, that's huge. No, I've never heard people doing consultations. It's literally because people, and maybe this is that younger generation you're talking about, great artists, but they're just want to get in and do their thing. I've never had a consultation. They've been like, send me what you want, come on over. So I think that's a huge piece.
It's important that this goes on the air. That I am not bashing the young kid, the younger generation. It works for them. What worked for me, and what's continuing to work for me as I'm getting older, because, let's face it, you can't do this forever.
Right.
And it's overcompensating on that service. So I'm going to do less tattoos, but you're going to remember me. You're going to remember the shop. Or if you don't, I may not remember you, and chances are really good I won't. I'll remember the tattoo, but you'll remember the experience. And that's what's key. It humbles me when I get a good review. It really I try not to read them, but the real gushy ones are so they're humbling.
Well, yeah, because basically you've given somebody, we talk about ephemeral a lot on this show. Music is ephemeral, movies are, even movies which are kind of locked in stone, our experience of them is ephemeral. There's nothing ephemeral about a tattoo, meaning it's there. It is there. And you're actually, the idea that if you walk in there and you have any doubts, if they haven't been removed, it can be a really anxiety-inducing experience.
You're a part of that person's life forever.
I think about that all the time. And sometimes I say that to my clients. I say, I just permanently altered you. And so they're never going to forget you.
They wake up in the morning, it wasn't there.
Yeah.
And now it's there forever.
It's a crazy thing. And I also wanted to make a comment as a young person who walked into your shop. Also for the listeners who have known me, this is my first tattoo apprenticeship. So basically I was working out of my house and self-teaching myself. And when I moved here to New Orleans in January, I said, I want to do it the right way. I want to learn from a master. And so I knew this girl through a mutual friend named Olivia who worked at Dom's shop and said, yeah, come in and talk to him. He's really nice.
Do you regret not talking to a master? and talking to me.
I mean, you.
Nicely done, by
You're-
the way. Self-depreciation is always a really big plus among people who can be screwing around with your skin. Go on.
Yeah. But it is, so one of the things that drew me to the shop, if you go on Google and you type in best tattoo shop in New Orleans, Catahoula is what pops up. And that is how we get 99% of our clientele. And that is usually what they say. And he always says, well, then how'd you end up here? Because it is a thing of like, the hospitality is what brings them there, because you can go and get a tattoo anywhere, but it's the experience that matters. And you made me watch that what Simon Sinek.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I actually went and watched it after you told me to watch it. He bases his like business on, it's called the Golden
Circle. I didn't know I was doing it. Someone called me out on it, and I was like, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Lindsay, do you know the Golden Circle?
I do not.
Oh, it's really cool. Go ahead and unpack it.
Well, Simon Sinek, he's a motivational speaker, but more so about leadership. Yeah, he talks about a product, and he tells you that it's a biological impulse to make a decision on purchasing something, not psychological. And he draws this circle, and biologically, we buy from the out in. So it isn't important what you do; it's why you do it.
Right.
And I didn't know that because I was saying, this is why I do it. And someone called me out on this, and then I went down the Simon Sinek rabbit hole. Turns out I was doing it that way and not knowing that there was actually
He codifies something that he notices is going on around. I mean,
Yeah, watch his TED Talk.
It's the why, right?
Right.
It's
the,
all, yeah, it's
why
not what
are
you do.
doing this?
It's if you believe that I believe that this is a worthy pursuit, or it's going to come out nice, and that's the way I approach. That's why I tried to train everyone to approach every tattoo that way.
It's interesting too, Lindsay, because it actually is one of the theories of marketing as well. The idea that, if you can figure out what the why is, you can figure out what your pitch to actually get more clients in, which then has an impact on your content as well and how you create the content. Because if you can solve the riddle of the why for the customer, you then absolutely have kind of, plugged in to that happy medium where you're doing what you want and you're actually catering to the need of what they want. It gets really complex in the way it's put together.
But you could only do that
right
with the consultation.
That's exactly
Because
it.
if you come in and you just want a tattoo and you're looking on my walls, I don't advertise any tattoos on the walls. You're not coming in there and picking a number 4.
Yeah, that's the other thing. The way that his shop is set up, because I'm covered in tattoos. I've been to a lot of different shops, and his is the most unique one I've been in, which is what drew me to it, is because it's by appointment only. So we don't do walk-ins. There's no flash on the walls. Each tattoo is tailored to the specific person. So I really appreciate the value in that, and that this is like almost a sacred thing that we're doing. It's not you just feeling impulsive and walking into a shop and getting a
There
tattoo.
is no impulse purchase at Catahoula. Lindsay, you had something.
Well, yeah, it feels this feels more like a hairdresser situation. Like, you go to when you find a hairdresser, you're like, it's really about the joke hairdressers and bartenders or therapists. I wouldn't say that for all tattoo artists, but this situation feels like there's a little bit of therapy going on, or you're figuring the person out. Certainly, I mean, you've said that in those exact words. So
less Santa, more Freud.
But Santa Freud, it's a Santa Freud. Santa Freud, your new
Freud
band.
is actually taking pleasure in the pleasure of others, as opposed to Schadenfreude, which is taking pleasure in the displeasure of others. So I think you come
This
up
is
with
brilliant.
A new term.
We just coined a new term, Santa Freud. Not fraud, not Santa fraud, Santa Freud. Be careful on that. But but on the therapy side of that, like, you mentioned a bit ago that you will, I won't remember the person, but I'll remember the tattoo from that therapy's perspective. What's the most moving tattoo that you remember doing that someone, I mean, I know certainly people will get tattoos in honor of people that have passed, but do you remember a specific story that moved you as well?
Well, yeah, over the years, there has been so many. It's a little traumatic when the first person passed that I tattooed. And then you think about, wow, that was, and then you do memorial tattoos. I've done tattoos on people that have passed, that have been our clients for years. Then you find out later, and you think of all the tattoos you put on them. But the flip side to that are memorial tattoos. The industry has changed. People are charging a premium for memorial tattoos, and I think that's upsetting.
What?
It is not. If I ever
Why?
hear another artist say, your grandmother would have wanted you to spend $1,000 on this portrait.
Wait, why? What's the logic
I would rather
behind?
put a daisy on your shoulder for free.
What's the
This is for
logic in
grandma.
charging more for a memorial?
Because they can.
No, but what's?
It's like selling a car. It's sleazy. Ooh, not all salesmen, but you know what I'm saying.
Well,
It's-
no. I mean, and I get it. It's the same reason why people often at the the moment of truth, when they go to you can always tell a funeral parlor when somebody walks in and says, "Take me through the options," and they take you through the options, and then the client picks, and that's the end of it. That's actually a good funeral director. When the person says, "No, I think in memory of this wonderful woman," the next step up is the way you want to go. At that moment, you should run for the hills. That's the moment when you realize you're not dealing with reputable people, because anybody trying to upsell you on grief is somebody, that is the word. Lindsay was using the word sleazy earlier in a positive way. That's the negative version of it.
That's sleazy in a positive way. No, but there's so much. I mean, outside of obviously, there's death and memorial, but there's breakups, there's dead pets, there's bad decisions, there's declarations of eternal love that only last for a couple months. I mean, I think it's the kiss of death when sometime, at least for people I know, when they get the tattoo of the wedding band on their finger.
Statistically, it's not the kiss of death.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to tell you, it's not the kiss of death. I still try 3 times to talk them out of it, because instead of a name, I'll be like, well, what was important to him? He was a mechanic. We'll put a wrench on you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll make that wrench on fire.
Yeah.
But, I've had someone call the shop I picked up that time. A lot of times we're so small, we don't always answer the phone. So leave a message. We'll get back to you. But someone had just passed. They were at the hospital. They wanted a blackbird because they saw it. And the blackbird was this person's favorite bird. And I sent a lift to pick her up and waited till she got there. And then I even drove her to a hotel later to, she was all broken up, but she needed this blackbird tattoo. And she was all alone, and he passed. And I don't know the rest of the story. I wish I'm not that deep.
That's good enough.
But yeah, I mean, it's when they're in pain like that, you don't want to. You just want to make them. You want to comfort them. And if tattoo is going to do it with everything else that comes along, coffee's always free at my shop. Ice pops are free at my shop. Yeah.
Really quickly, guys, before we go on, our good friend Trucker Boson says, I need new tats. I only have one left, one on my left shoulder. He actually says, I wanted a Celtic cross / tree of life on my right shoulder. Trucker Boson, you've been down here. You've been to this neck of the woods. And if you want to know about you, you might actually want to make the trip over here. Let me tell you, everybody, one more time, since we have Dominic here, to tell them to go to CatahoulaTattoo.com. It's spelled just like the dog. CatahoulaTattoo.com. Why Catahoula?
I stole a Catahoula one time, dog. Sorry, sidebar. Well, because he was being abused at the house, kind of catty corner from me. And so I stole it. And then I had to, until I could figure out how to redog it, how to get him a new home, we had to put him in the car and drive undercover at night to go take him out to the bathroom. But I encourage stealing dogs that are being abused. So when I think that's why Catahoula feels great to me, because it's, you know what? Just like me stealing dogs, you're saving lives out over there, one tattoo at a time, and speaking to people's souls, Dom. So good on you, sir.
Tell us, like I said, and why Catahoula? I mean, why?
So my wife and I moved down here, and my neighbor got a little puppy, and we had just I lost a dog, she lost a dog. Dogs are tough, man. We saw this puppy, and the moment you get a dog, it changes your life. And we started looking at Catahoulas. They were beautiful dogs. So we drove, and I think we rescued one from a breeder, to be honest with you, because it was. Yeah. We drove an hour to get this puppy, and then we were.
I love you, man.
So we have 2 now. We have. I actually named an ointment after one of them, and the other one is gracing the overhead at our shop. Because it rhymes with tattoo, it sounded like the thing to do. But yeah, I got 2 Catahoulas.
really quickly, Lindsay, let me make sure I get this in for our good friend. Grumpy Bosco's. I want you to go to grumpyboscos.com. You got about a minute left here. Can you just kind of tell us a little bit about the tattoo aftercare that you think people deserve?
Absolutely. The process doesn't stop when you leave it actually continues. Your tattoo needs to heal. And there's too much misinformation out there. A lot of products that don't work. They're not going to hurt your tattoo, but I've never seen anything that I wouldn't endorse this if it didn't work, if it was just a run of the mill. It's all natural products. One smells like cloves, the other one smells like lavender, and it'll not only help heal a fresh tattoo, it brings old tattoos back to life. So,
wow.
Yeah, I'm going to leave these with you guys. You could smell them.
Oh, save me one, guys.
I'll take care of it, Lindsay.
All right.
I'll set you up.
Dre over here just got a new tattoo.
Dre got a new tattoo.
Well, smell them. They're interesting scents. And, putting them together and then trying to market them, because, like I said, I'm getting older. I want to stay in the industry. The industry's been really good to me. So I'm thinking this is my exit strategy.
You're going to become an ointment salesman in your retirement.
It's not
I like
snake
it.
oil. You make it sound like snake oil.
No. No, I would use. I was reading about it last night, and I told my husband, who hasn't had a tattoo in over 20 years, but now with our daughter, he's thinking of getting one. But I was like, hey, you could use some Grumpy Boscos to spruce up those stars on your arm, brother. Let's get at it. So we'll do it. Grumpy Boscos is the place to check out. CatahoulaTattoo.com. Check them out. If we haven't convinced you where to go get a tattoo in New Orleans, are you even alive? I don't know. This is clearly the place.
I have failed my job. I have failed in my job.
Clearly the place.
It is good to meet you, sir.
Nice to meet you all. Thank you so much for having me on. I hope
And
I
thanks
was,
for letting
I hope I
us-
was entertaining.
You were very entertaining. Thanks for letting us share Madison, share the workload with you. Thank you.
She's wonderful.
Hey guys, we'll be back on the other side of this break. You're listening, of course, to Road Gang Radio. We take care of how you make a living. We talk about how you actually forge and move forward with a life. We want to thank our friends at truckdown.com. They've been doing their gig since 1997, getting you out of the ditch and back on the road, 50 states and 8 provinces. Say it, Lindsay, quick.
Gotta get up and truck down.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
Sleazy.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Thank you very much. Thank you, boys and girls. Welcome back to your country and Western music news, because on this show, we celebrate both kinds.
Both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Okay, guys. Speaking of celebrating people, speaking of memorial tattoos, we've lost two greats, but specifically I'm going to start with, because we're talking country and Western, one of the most known country and Western legends in Nashville, and specifically with the Grand Ole Opry. Jeannie Seely has passed away at the age of 85. The country legend died on Friday in her home at Hermitage, Tennessee, just outside of Nashville. She had complications from an intestinal infection. So Jeannie Seely, she had lost her husband, Eugene Ward, to cancer just last December. She had been battling multiple health issues for much of this year, actually. But I want to talk a little bit about this legend, because it's more about what she did while her time here that we want to celebrate. And the country singer, she had her first big success, Jim, with her 1966 song, Don't Touch Me. Don't touch me. Don't. Stop touching me. Her other songs included A Wandering Man, I'll Love You More Than You'll Need, and of course her 1969 duet with Jack Green, which is Wish I Didn't Have to Miss You. She was also a dedicated member, Jim, of the Grand Ole Opry. She performed there over 5,300 times, Jimmy Mack. What have you done with your life?
Not 5,300 times at the Grand Ole Opry, I'll tell you
That's
that right now.
That's insane. That's insane. That means and up until right before her death, she was still performing 2 to 3 times a week on the Opry stage, Jimmy.
It's a staggering career. And by the way, it's like, and one thing I'm really glad you're kind of focusing on too is the fact that performing, look, people accept women as performers. It's like, but the songwriting, I mean, her contributions to songwriting and her desire to get better are pretty spectacular, dude. Like, I mean, literally chasing down Randy Newman to help her finish a song. I mean, these are like, I mean, it's a remarkable story of a woman who sought only to get better at her craft. It's an amazing story that I think more people, I'm glad you're talking about her today, because more people need to know who she is outside of just the people who actually have to know about her.
Well, she did a lot to move country music along, specifically for females. But to back up a little bit, she was born in Titusville, Pennsylvania, back in 1940, and she had a love affair with the Grand Ole Opry. It began before she ever stepped foot there. She said her family would gather around the radio to listen to the Grand Ole Opry shows on Saturday night, which used to be a thing. She said she knew at 8 years old what she wanted to be, and that was that she wanted to be on the Grand Ole Opry. She moved to California in 1961, where she worked at a bank, but she felt called to music, so she got a job as a secretary at Imperial Records, and then she started working as a songwriter, as you mentioned, Jim. She wrote Anyone Who Knows What Love Is Will Understand. That's what she wrote with Randy Newman, and it became a hit for R&B singer Irma Thomas. Great song.
Who I have met on numerous occasions. A great woman.
Oh, yeah, nice. Is she a New Orleans person?
Yeah, she's she's considered one of the queens of New Orleans.
Queens of New Orleans. Speaking of Queen, never mind, I'll come back to that in a minute. She also wrote songs for Connie Smith, who I love once a day, all day long. She wrote songs for Dottie West and Norma Jean. She signed her own recording contract with California's Challenge Records and moved to Nashville. She said when she arrived in Nashville, Jim, she had $50 in her pocket and a Ford Falcon to her name, a Ford Falcon and $50. She said within a month, Porter Wagner hired her as a female singer for his roadshow and syndicated television series. Then she signed with a record label called Monument Records in Nashville, released her song Don't Touch Me, which became a hit. And she received Grammy nominations for that, plus Best Country. And here's what's cool, because this was back in 1966, remember. She received Grammy nominations for Best Country and Western Recording and Best Country and Western Vocal Performance. It was actually called that back in the day. It's not anymore. She won the latter. And she was also nicknamed Miss Country Soul because of her soulful singing, Jim. So here's what I love about this the very most. She got her invite to perform at the Opry. She had never even attended a show before. She said, I was standing shoulder to shoulder in the wings with all of my heroes. I'd never even seen them in person anywhere, just, highlights maybe somewhere. And then in 1967, she herself was inducted as a member of the Grand Ole Opry. And she said, the Opry is just simply a way of life for me. She had a big hand now in modernizing the stage at the Opry, because Jim, when she first showed up, there was this unwritten dress code for women where women were only wearing gingham and long ruffled skirts. And she came out on stage in a mini skirt, which the Opry manager did not like. His name was Ott Divine. It did not make him happy. And she explained to him, I just moved here for California and this is what everybody's wearing. So too bad. Soon other women started abandoning their ruffles. The other thing she did, Jim, and then we'll let you pontificate, she also pushed back for women to be able to host the Opry segments. In 1985, she became the first woman to do that, to host the Grand Ole Opry, but only because the male host got stuck in a snowstorm. So it wasn't until new management came along in 1993 that finally changed the rule that women could host the Opry, Jim.
It's really fun, too, because she is this great kind of combination of absolute cliche of what you would expect from a country and Western performer in all the time period she performed, while at the same time, and this is kind of a really, and I hope you get what I'm talking about here, is that she was always very much of the time while still tweaking out advancement, if that makes any sense. There was always something about her as you look through her career that is very much understands what I have to do to play the game and win the game, but at the same time, she's also saying, while I'm trying to win this game, I'm also trying to actually get the ball further downfield in regards to opportunities for women, in regards to opportunities for myself, and in regards to being able to have opportunities that I create for myself as opposed to so far, no further. You know what I'm saying? That It's one thing to reach the pinnacle of what the boys tell you can do. It's very different to say, oh, no. I'm actually going to go someplace where the boys are, and then even more importantly, I'm going to do things that neither the boys nor the girls have done and do my own thing. And it's a masterful career. It's a masterful career in regards to moving the ball inch by inch and really patient, despite some personal setbacks. It's a great story.
She's wonderful. We love her. She was also a 4-time CMA Award nominee. And in 2023, Jim, she received the honorary Joel Talbot Award, which that honors, and this reminded me when I read this of the citizen driver thing, because that honors outstanding leadership and contributions to the advancement of country music's values and tradition. That reminds me of trucking. It's a lot of these good image programs, specifically Citizen Driver, where it's yes, you've got, in order to get the award, you have to have all the, accident-free miles and all the awards on the road. But we're taking into account the things that you do in your community, and perhaps you were a veteran or you served in church, or, you're a good family man. There's so many that have adopted children. It's that kind of thing that the truckers do that make them outstanding all around, not just in trucking. And that's what Jeannie Seelig really did. She was outstanding on stage, but also outstanding in her community. She also released over 15 studio albums, by the way. She wasn't just over there on the Opry.
Her discography is crazy. And by the way, a lot of the songs that she wrote literally have titles that are borderline punchlines because they are so country. Don't Touch Me, of course, comes to mind.
Don't touch me.
But there's a whole bunch of other lines in there, dude, that are just you sit there and you go, man, it's I don't know if we'll ever know how brilliant she actually was, if that makes any sense. I don't know, because of the game she had to play in order to make it in a very, very, very man's world, if we'll actually know the depth of how smart this woman actually was, because she's brilliant. Brilliant. Big fan.
She was also married to Hank Cochran, country songwriter Hank Cochran, for 12 years, and he wrote or co-wrote a lot of the songs on that first record she put out. She then married Nashville attorney Gene Ward in 2010, and was by his side when he passed away just last year. So she celebrated, we'll wrap it up with this on her, she just celebrated 55 years as an Opry member. She continued to appear at the Opry throughout her life, and as of just a few years ago, she was appearing 2 to 3 times a week. Her final number at her passing this weekend of Opry appearances stands at 5,397, which is the all-time record. She said, and I quote, "I just feel blessed every day. I tell everybody I'm not retired. I just quit working. They're two different things. I only do what I enjoy. If it sounds like too much work, I just know we don't want to do that." So she said it's phenomenal. I still get to do that. So this past Saturday night's Grand Ole Opry was dedicated to her. Speaking of other people that we lost, Lonnie Anderson, the glamorous TV icon, of course, who lit up screens as Jennifer Marlowe on WKRP in Cincinnati. She has passed away, Jim. She was 79. She passed away in LA following a prolonged illness. She would have turned, by the way, 80 years old today. Today is her birthday.
Man.
So happy birthday to you, you gorgeous legend, living it up in the cosmos, the heavens, the wintry shores that be. Happy birthday to her, Jimmy Mack.
I also want to say thank you, by the way, for not saying the wife of, because she was so much more than the wife of a very famous man who has gotten enough accolades to last a lifetime and, of course, is very much in the hearts of a lot of truck drivers out there. I also want to say that if you go back and watch WKRP in Cincinnati, Lindsay, it's a great show. There are shows that we go back and we watch, and they don't hold up. I always tell people, go back and watch the first couple of seasons of The Jeffersons or All in the Family. They hold up. First couple of seasons of MASH, they hold up. WKRP was short-lived compared to those, but it's great.
It ran for 4 seasons, 78 to 82. But you're right, it does hold up.
It holds up immensely. And part of the reason it holds up immensely is that while she is objectified by the male characters in that show, she is not objectified by the creators. And they allow her to play a really smoothie, a real sharp character. If you pay attention, if you get past the semiotics of the blonde hair and the big eyes and the voluptuous figure, there is a real comic master at work there. Her slow burns, her long looks at people, her withering stares are masterful. And it's interesting that we're celebrating both these women today, because a lot of people don't realize how much they owe both of them in regards to carving out space for people, in regards to where the future of women in performing will go. We often hold it against these people saying, why didn't you go further? And it's like, dude, you have no idea how much further I went than anybody else. Lonnie Anderson, I always feel like, got pigeonholed in the second half of her career, and I had wished I wish she had the sort of career that she actually deserved. And I'm glad that people are remembering her because she really was a lot of fun.
Well, she was a looker, yes, but she was also smart and stylish on that show, and she was sharp-tongued. She played Jennifer Marlowe, but she earned 3 Golden Globes and noms and 2 Emmys for being on that show. So she moved on. I couldn't not say this because one of our faithful listeners in 1983, Lonnie Anderson, starred in the race car comedy Stroker Race. Could not mention Stroker Race here, that's where she met the Hollywood legend, of course, Burt Reynolds. They became the most talked about couple of the era. One of them, they tied the knot in a secret ceremony at Burt Reynolds' Florida ranch back in 1988. But that ended in a publicized divorce, of course, in 94. She was married 4 times, by the way. She did make appearances on hit shows like Nurses, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, So Notorious, where she played Tori Spelling's mom. Married 4 times. At the time of her passing, though, she was married to musician Bob Flick, who she is survived by, along with their 2 children. So those are their passings. Cheers, glasses held high to both Lonnie Anderson and Jeannie Seeley. 2 more stories I want to hit on, but before I do that, Jim, I want to talk about what's coming up on Truckin' with OIDA. They join us today on Tuesday, as they do every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, right when we go off the air here from 11 to 1. What will they be talking about on Truckin' OIDA today?
Truck stops are an essential location for any truck driver for obvious reasons, but a new research paper is actually arguing they're critical infrastructure, providing essential services during times of emergencies. Scott and Ashley are going to be talking to the paper's researchers about what they've learned. Plus, they're going to be talking bats. I find that kind of interesting. The state of the spot market and the suspension of the de minimis exemption with Brett Hutto of truckstop.com. That's Trucking with OIDA at 11 in the Central, on the nose, here on RadioNemo.com and all over Radio Nemo's platforms.
Thank you for that. Trucking with OIDA, coming in hot and keeping it professional around here. Somebody oughta. Okay, moving on. Raise a glass. She's doing something else again, guys. When does this woman rest? Dolly Parton's new wine bar is officially open for business in Nashville, y'all. The country singer's wine brand called, well, Dolly Wines, because tell it like it is. It opened up shop inside the Assembly Food Hall in Nashville this past weekend. Now, have you been to the Assembly Food Hall, Jim?
Yes, actually, I have.
Was that a sneeze or a cough, by the way?
It was a cough, by the way. It was a cough.
Oh,
I just wanted to.
I didn't know if I should bless you or.
No, I'm actually doing okay. I'm just gasping for air. I'll be dead in a half an hour.
Okay, great. The country singer's wine brand Dolly Wines opened up the food hall. So the food hall is right there at 5th and Broadway. It's kind of like a mini Times Square, very mini, by the way. But there's all kinds of restaurants and shops in it. But their food hall up top, it's got a bunch of great local places where everybody can pick what they want to eat. And then you grab your food and you can meet in the middle of the table. There's a band playing. I'm actually sending my uncle and cousin to go there today. But they've got a really great local sushi place, our favorite local burger place, all these different places.
It's
and
great.
everyone can gather what they want and go into the middle. So she's decided they're crafting. They've got this. They say it's easy drinking, lighthearted, and vibrant, just like Dolly, of course. And you get to get it now at the Assembly Food Hall. You can grab a glass of her wine. There's a Dolly wine kiosk inside the food hall, and the food hall, by the way, has over 30 places to grab a drink or a bite. Hers is along there. The space features this really pretty long bar top underneath this large photo of Jolene, a singer from one of her covers from Jolene, and she's cradling one of her wine bottles like it's one of her babies, keeping the theme of her Dolly wine brand. The bar is lit, of course, in all the accent lighting. Parton first launched her own line of wines just last year, and the first bottle sold was a California Chardonnay, but she has since expanded her inventory to include a red and a sparkling variety, as well as several more whites. It's a collaboration of her company, the Parton Family Cellars, and Accolade Wines. Now, Jim, I'm not sure what she hasn't touched yet at this point. What has Dolly not got her fingers in at this point? She's got beauty products, besides, of course, music. Beauty products, apparel. She's got a line of baking goods with Duncan Hines. She's a publisher of cookbooks. She's authored children's books. She's doing good in the world and novels. She's a restaurateur. She's got, of course, Dollywood. What makes sense next? Or at some point, should she stop? I don't know. Is it too convoluted?
I actually looked up something, and this is what I've been told. There is no public information or evidence to suggest that Dolly Parton has played Dungeons and Dragons. While she's known for her musical talent and entrepreneurial spirit, there's no indication she's involved in the tabletop role-playing game. So basically, that's the last frontier. I mean, after all, The Rock and Jason Momoa have been known to sit down every once in a while at a table and roll those octagon dice or those 20-sided dice. Maybe Dolly needs to become either a dungeon master or a character in a role-playing gang or group. That might be kind of fun, too. Like,
I can see her. I mean, of course, now I'm seeing like Dolly as a dominatrix, but...
Yes.
Well, of course, that's when she got actually into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, that outfit she wore before she just kicked the hell out of everybody. But yeah, I was thinking about that. I wanted to check because I had this creepy feeling. I turned out I was wrong, that I actually would type in Dolly Parton and Dungeons and Dragons and then see Dolly with a bunch of nerds around a table going, well, y'all have just walked into the wrong room.
Also, Dominatrix Dolly, not a bad band name, or
Not
maybe
bad.
an album name
Not
for
a
her.
bad name at all. But I one thing that Dolly has always been good at, though, is actually, even though she's been in so many lanes, is kind of staying in her lane. And so if Dolly goes someplace, and by the way, I'm the good and the great Dolly Parton, but I always feel like that if Dolly does go someplace, is that she has thought about it carefully, in the sense that she's not just going to go someplace because it's one more world to conquer. It's like, if it doesn't hold interest for Dolly, she's not going to go there. If there isn't some good to be done, she's not going to go there. So if she ever decides to get herself involved in the gaming community, look out, man. It might rewrite the rules there as well.
I mean, I don't think there's anything she couldn't do that would not turn to gold.
Yeah.
I just don't think it. But you're right. She does pick them specifically, but I feel like she is everywhere. And I feel like she's everywhere more today than even she used to be. I think she's just accelerating that YOLO. I think Dolly is the epitome of YOLO. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, and I'm going to do it all with as much gusto as I can. So cheers, literally, to Dolly and Dolly's wines. And speaking of cheers, Jim, here's something you can partake in Nashville.
I'm excited.
I figured you would be. Ashley McBryde, killer country singer. We all love Ashley McBryde.
We do.
She has been sober now for 3 years. She's opening her own bar in Nashville that is really leans into the non-alcoholic menu. Now, there's a lot of places, of course, doing, that have mocktails on the menu, but it's usually like, 2, 3, 4 maybe. She's doing a whole non-alcoholic bar menu. They do serve some alcohol there, but the focus is on the non-alcoholic side versus the other way around. So she just hit her 3-year milestone in her sobriety. She says that this is a way to leave a meaningful mark on Broadway in downtown Nashville. It's a concept that is deeply personal to her. And she said, and I quote, "When the opportunity to make my mark on Broadway came, I knew I wanted to create a space that champions what's made a difference in my own life. A space that lifts up the brushed aside and makes sure that everyone feels welcome." I knew you'd love that quote, Jim.
I will tell you right now, LaRue, when I get to Nashville, that's one of the first places I want to go to. I always want to check out anybody trying to make the effort to make sure that the people who maybe don't want to imbibe have a place that they can call home in regards to loving the nightlife. Not that I have a problem with going to a bar, but how about something for me,
I get it. The new concept is called Redemption. And it will make its home inside, actually, her pal Eric Church's bar. Chiefs is his 5-story massive complex down there. So her bar will be in his bar. It'll occupy the whole 5th floor of Chiefs on Broadway. And it's the first of its kind on Broadway, but she believes that it's vital to the city. I couldn't agree more, because I will tell you, I used to sing on Broadway, as for a long time, and it's just become hard to go to down there for me when people are so drunk that they're falling down in the afternoon. They have no idea what you're singing on stage. It doesn't make it inspiring. So if there's ways to balance that out a little bit, I would certainly be glad and welcome it. She says, as someone who is 3 years sober, the typical response to "do you have anything non-alcoholic" is either, "why did you come to a bar if you aren't going to drink?" or, "well, you can have soda water with the lime, I guess." And she said, "Some of my favorite places to socialize became wildly unaccommodating when the only thing that changed was what was in my cup." Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, and by the way, like I said, here's the thing. I am more than happy to buy 2 or 3 rounds of something that doesn't just cost $1. I mean, look, somebody said, well,
those mocktails, the good ones, are expensive, just as much as a drink.
Yeah, and somebody told me once, somebody said, well, isn't this defeating one of the great purposes, which was to prevent you from spending all that money? I said, look, dude, if I'm spending $50 to go out at night with a group of friends, it's still better than the thinking I spent $50 the night before, waking up and checking my bank statement and realizing I spent $273 because I left my tab open with a bunch of friends that I made that night, being like, "Oh no, go get yourself a bit more coffee."
And you feel like shit. Your bank account's drained, and so is your brain.
Oh, I'm telling you right now, it's like, and the thing is, here's the thing. I get that people need to make money. So if, you want to give me a really good, craft or, just, upscale non-alcoholic beer, I'll buy 2 or 3 rounds of that for myself and sit there and join my friends. I just like being included in everything, not either being a big dollop of sugar or, sparkly water. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah. To have something geared to you that's not just sugar. Here's your lemonade. And, the concept, of course, it does center around the zero proof options, but they are going to offer some alcoholic menus because she said Redemption is about bringing everyone together.
Yeah, nicely done, by the way. Nicely done.
I do like that.
Dre's got a little something.
Lindsay, I got a quick question with that, because a lot of places over here are starting to do that as well when it comes to having a lot more places to go to have mocktails and non-alcoholic stuff. But a lot of the places are having CBD drinks and THC drinks. Is that something that she's offering as well? Or
it doesn't say that, and that was the first question my friend asked me last night as well. I'm going to guess yes, because the bars in Nashville are all serving those THC. Now, granted, THC is not legal in Tennessee, so it's the Delta 9, unfortunately. It's not the real stuff, which I can't get my head around what that means if it's illegal, but yet we're still serving them. It's very bewildering to me. But yes, I'm going to guess they will have them, Dre.
I'll tell you one thing real quick, and I'll let you get back to your thing, because this is a great segment, by the way, love. My brother because he has a barbershop bar, the one I went with to Sturgis, and he has 2 of them over in North Mississippi, and it's called Noble Barber. And he started having the Delta 9 drinks that said Noble on there, and so everybody was thinking dude, how good is business going that you have your own brand of Delta 9 THC?
Yeah,
and he's like, I just happen to know it. But that is one where I've had that, and it's the Delta 9 one. And because whenever you have certain Delta 9 products, those things are scary. Like,
Yes.
I did one with my girlfriend. We're like, oh, yeah, let's try this little thing at the gas station. And we're going on a walk up a bridge, and we're like, we're in the Serengeti. We're going to die.
Yeah. Where am I? What is happening? Who are these people? Yeah, it can go. And they're, dude, they're like 25 milligram cans they're selling at the bar, and that stresses me out. It worries me very much that the wrong person could get that in their hand, or somebody underage or whatever. So those scare me very much. We've got to work on that. I'm not sure what's going on there. So in addition to offering some boozy options, it'll stick to tradition as far as music goes. Just about every celebrity and non-celebrity, of course, bar in Music City has a stage for artists to perform. Redemption will be no different. There will be a stage for artists to perform. Songwriters, of course, as Ashley says, are the backbone of the community. So this is a place to bring everybody together, keep the dreams alive of Nashville, which is really important. She's a class act. I know a lot of people that work with Ashley and have nothing but amazing things to say about her. She keeps it that way on her bus as well. My buddy, my neighbor, just went out on the bus riding with her, and he said she celebrates both kinds, all kinds on her bus. Come whoever you are, but appreciate who's paying your bills while you're there. Finally, on this day in country and Western music history in 1968, I love this woman. Born on this day in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, was Terry Clark. She's a Canadian country music singer and songwriter. I got better things to do. I just sang her song at the Country Music Hall of Fame last month. She's had 20 singles, including 6 number ones. She's been all topped on both the country charts in Canada and in Nashville, in Music City. And my dear friend Kevin Post, shout out, played music for her for a long time and speaks very highly of her. So happy birthday to you, Terry Clark. We love you. That's your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. Coming up next is Truckin' with Owida. Jim, what's coming up tomorrow on our show? Real quick.
Oh, my God. We have, first of all, We Should Write is actually going to follow up everything with Tiffany. We got to probably talk about that really quickly. I'm really excited about that. But to make this really fast, it's the 1,000th episode of Tech Talk. We'll just leave it there. Dave will be dropping in to talk to the Brads. Big congratulations. We got a full show, but let's make sure that we all show up at 8 in the center, 9 in the east for Tech Talk, the 1,000th edition, the longest running show on any Nemo platform. Out, done. Thank you.
Boom. And if you like Ozzy, and who doesn't, we're actually going to be diving in an author of Ozzy at 75. That'll be a great book. Lots more. Plus, We Should Write is tomorrow with Tiffany. I think we're alone now. Dre, play that music, I think, to get us out of here, right? If it's time. And we'll be glad to see you tomorrow, every Tuesday through Friday, 7 to 11 Central. Truckin' with Owida coming up next. They get down to business. They're professional. Someone should be. Everyone get home safe. We love you.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Want to reduce emission systems maintenance costs? Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst is the answer. This advanced solution promotes a longer DPF lifespan and lets you enjoy fewer regenerations by reducing your soot output by 60%. That means less downtime and more time on the road. Keep your system clean and efficient so you can focus on what matters most, getting the job done. Make the smart choice for your vehicle. Head over to PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Truck stops aren't just about convenience, they're supply chain lifelines, according to a new study.
Plus, the dog days of summer are making their mark on the spot market, and more on a brand new edition of Trucking with OIDA. Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
I'm Scott Thompson. Welcome back, Ashley. We missed you last week.
Yeah, I say I missed you too, but
No, you didn't. It's okay.
I enjoyed my time away.
You were camping.
Camping, yes. Good time.
In
Went
the
to
Ozarks,
the Ozarks. Went
right?
to Branson, Missouri. Yeah.
It's pretty down there.
It is very pretty, yeah.
Yeah.
And it was a little hot the first few days, cool the last.
Yeah, it's
was
cooled
nice.
off a lot
Yeah,
here
which
this
is-
week.
Yeah, it almost feels like fall.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be 143
Yeah, probably.
degrees next week.
Nice to get a little break, though.
They say that if you don't like the weather in the Midwest,
Wait like a half
just
an hour.
wait an hour.
You know,
or
I think they actually say that everywhere.
Do they?
I think so, yeah.
Well, it's not true in places. I grew up in Los Angeles. It's not true in Los Angeles. Where
I
it's
think
like
I've heard
you
it
know,
on the East Coast, though.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Well, I think in the Midwest, I think we can really lay.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I think it's really
I
true
agree.
here.
I agree.
I don't know. Anyway, we've got a good one for you today. We're going to talk truck stops a little bit later. Actually, Tyson Fisher of Lane Line Magazine helped us out with that interview with a couple MIT researchers who looked into truck parking infrastructure and just how important it is, not just a convenience, obviously, for filling up and, you know, getting snacks and food. It's also important in emergencies as well. And we'll check in with our friend Brent Hutto of truckstop.com a little bit later in the show to take a look at the spot market and what it's doing out there. Before all that, though, let's talk some news of the day here. We've got quite a bit to cover, Ashley.
Yeah.
We're holding it all for you until you came back.
Thank you.
You're welcome, most welcome. We're going to begin with what seems like kind of a regular occurrence of late. We've got ELDs being pulled from the list of registered devices. Two, in fact, FMCSA adding two more to that list. We're talking about the Walker ELD and the SR ELD, both for failing to meet the minimum requirements. In this case, FMCSA says that neither device has a printer, and if an ELD doesn't have a printer, the display must be visible for officers without them having to enter the cab. So if you've got either of these ELDs, the Walker ELD or the SR ELD, you've got until September 29th to replace it with a compliant device. In the meantime, you're being asked, as is often the case with all of these situations, to revert to paper logs or logging software to record hours of service. And if you're keeping track, so far this year, FMCSA has added 16 ELDs to its revoked list, and none have been reinstated on that list. So again, one of these stories that continues to happen. I think there's more than 1,000 ELDs that are actually compliant on the list. So you can go to the FMCSA website to check those out.
All right. After 2 months of losses, truck driver jobs saw a boost in the month of July. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reveals nearly 4,000 truck driver jobs were added last month. But before we get too excited, some experts predict more job losses could be ahead as tariffs and trade policy may disrupt freight demand.
Keeping an eye on that for sure. Also keeping an eye on Capitol Hill in the nomination of Derek Bars to lead the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. We've talked about this quite a bit in the past few weeks here. After that nomination hearing, looks like Mr. Bars will have to wait a bit longer, though, for confirmation. The Senate left town over the weekend without looking at a number of Trump administration nominees, a list that includes Bars, of course, and nominees for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and PHMSA, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration as well. And what this means for Bars and others here is that it's not going to be taken up by the full Senate for a vote until after the Labor Day holiday, which I believe is September 1st this year. We've talked about this. Bars is almost certainly going to be confirmed by the Senate there. He's just going to have to wait a little bit longer before that process plays out.
Yeah. This one, I don't know if it's good news, bad news. Rhode Island.
I'll be the judge of that.
All right, we'll see.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Rhode Island had truck-only tolls. I guess it started back in 2018, a way to generate revenue to fund bridge and infrastructure repairs across the state. However, in 2022, it was ruled unconstitutional. The state appealed the ruling, and a federal court sided with Rhode Island. So in the governor's 2025-2026 budget, it stated that roughly $10 million would come from the truck tolls. However, they haven't started back up yet. So at an event recently, the governor said they'll come out with an announcement when the technology is in place for the tolls to start back up. But he said they're several months away from that. So I don't know if that's good, bad.
Somewhere in the middle.
Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. I guess it's good for a few months until they
start them back up again.
I think this is one of these situations that is always under legal, crosshairs, with lawsuits and everything as well. So for now, I guess they're off, but looks like they're going to be back on possibly maybe in the near future here. Want to bring some attention here to a bill that was actually introduced earlier this year, but it's getting some new attention now as lawmakers consider it in the House. This is a bill that OOIDA is opposing. It's called the Modern Worker Empowerment Act. And the idea is to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to clarify the standard for determining whether a worker is an employee or an independent contractor. Familiar stuff we've seen in recent years, of course, and talked a lot about this. But there is a provision in this bill related to so-called safety standards that Louie and I talked a little bit about last week on the show. We didn't get into great detail on it, though. But the concern that OOIDA has is that this provision would open the door for motor carriers to require leased-on owner-operators to use so-called safety technologies. We're talking things like inward-facing cameras, speed limiters, blinker use monitoring, mandatory monthly remedial training. The list goes on and on of, the kind of the slippery slope that this would open the door for motor carriers to impose on leased-on owner-operators. So some alarm bells going off there. OOIDA obviously is keeping their eye on this bill to make sure it doesn't gain too much traction and that lawmakers understand what this means. Safety standards, and I put that in quotes, sounds good on paper, but when you talk about all these other things that they could, in theory, put in place on leased-on owner-operators, again, it raises all sorts of concerns about taking that control away from those folks. So we'll continue to monitor that. It does have, I think, I checked about 15 co-sponsors right now, so not a whole lot of traction, but this is one of these things that keeps popping up in Congress. So if you want to get on the horn or next time you talk to your lawmaker, if you're so inclined, definitely bring this one up. The Modern Worker Empowerment Act is the name of the bill, and one that should raise some concerns for folks out there.
For sure. Aurora recently announced it's ramping up operations with a new terminal in Phoenix and the addition of nighttime operations for its driverless trucks. If I do recall, weren't driverless trucks there was weather, inclement weather they couldn't drive in?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought nighttime was also one. However, they're working to be able to do that. The company's second quarter business review said they detailed the increased driverless nighttime operations between Dallas and Houston. It claims it can detect objects in the dark more than 450 meters away, pedestrians, vehicles, and debris 11 seconds sooner than a traditional driver. So
Consider me pessimistic.
Yeah.
I don't know what the word is there.
And
cynical, but
one thing the company is doing is also live streaming on YouTube. Have you watched
yes,
this?
I have watched it actually. Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It is interesting. I watched it. I only watched it for a little bit here and there, but it is interesting to see. I haven't seen anything crazy yet.
No, I do. Yeah. I mean, there's got to be a little bit of a delay, right?
There is a delay, and I'm going to assume that if something bad happens,
There
they're
would be
probably
a
pulling
huge
that
delay.
stream. But
Yeah.
who knows? I don't know. But yeah, it's moving so quickly, this whole autonomous vehicle, autonomous truck situation. We should also mention Congress is looking at this issue, and I think that's raising some concerns as well. Because we had just a week or so ago, Congressman Vince Fong of California introducing the America Drives Act is the name of it. This would preempt state laws pertaining to autonomous commercial vehicles while supporting the deployment of regulation of autonomous vehicles in interstate commerce. So in short, states would not be allowed to prohibit the operation of CMVs with level 4 or level 5 automated driving systems. This basically removes the guardrails that we have talked about with people like Missy Cummings before. OIDA, again, has concerns about this, to say the least, as well. Advocating in response to this bill instead for mandatory testing and safety and crash reporting requirements from these commercial truck companies, commercial vehicle companies, to have some accountability, basically open it up so we know what's going on out there. But again, when you look at the entire and how it's moving so quickly,
So fast,
and it's a little scary. At least I think it is. But
for sure.
Yeah.
Tesla has to pay $243 million to victims of a crash that happened in Florida back in 2019.
That's a nuclear verdict right there.
That is a nuclear verdict.
Yeah.
That is a lot of money. because of faulty technology of its autopilot mode. So a federal jury found the company guilty despite the driver admitting that he was distracted by his cell phone before the accident occurred. He was in that autopilot mode. The jury found that Tesla was partly to blame when the driver went through an intersection, struck a young couple, killing the 22-year-old woman and injuring the young man. Tesla said, of course, it will appeal. So definitely not the end that we'll hear of that story, but that is...
Well, and it's just a start, too, of situations like this. We've talked about this before with other people. It's just going to take one of these autonomous trucks in a horribly tragic situation like this one. And, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just going to... There's so many unknowns as to where this is going, and it's just uncharted territory. But this is a prime example of, what can go wrong when you don't have a human, manning the controls there. One quick thing here, North Dakota, if you have the need for speed, I guess maybe this is a place to go. They just, over the weekend, increased the speed limit on interstates there in the state from 75 to 80 miles per hour. Crews are updating 300 signs throughout the state, give or take. Be careful, though. Troopers are apparently told to give drivers only 2 miles per hour over the speed limit of leeway instead of like the normal 5.
Can't go 85.
So, yeah, don't go 85. 82, I guess, is okay, but not 85.
Good to know.
We are speeding into a break here, Ashley. But coming up, we've got Tyson Fisher of Landline Magazine talking truck stop infrastructure. That's up next. Hang tight. Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Ashley, we already know about the truck parking shortage. Of course, it's well documented. But there's a new research paper out of MIT that also pinpoints a lack of truck stops nationwide, which it tabs as a serious issue. It is called Truck Stops as Critical Infrastructure, Enhancing Resilience and Driver Safety in Times of Crisis.
Yeah, it came to the conclusion that truck stops aren't just a convenience. The paper said they are critical infrastructure, and since there aren't enough truck stops, that it's negatively impacting truck drivers during normal times and emergencies.
Yeah, something we knew, but good to see research on this topic, especially from those who aren't necessarily involved in the industry specifically. Landline Magazine's Tyson Fisher did speak with the two authors of this study. Let's jump right into that conversation.
The trucking industry has seen all types of truck parking studies over the past few decades, but a new research paper takes a different approach to the issue, pretty much arguing that truck stops should be considered critical infrastructure, especially during emergencies and disasters. So with me to talk about their research are Christina Cafero and Jenny Shun. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having us.
So before we dive into this, both of you tell me a little bit about yourselves and kind of how you got here. And by here, I mean researching truck parking and critical infrastructure.
Yeah, so Ginny and I were both students at MIT. We are studying for our master's in supply chain, and one of the requirements is a research component. And Ginny and I were both drawn to the humanitarian aspect of this work. A lot of the projects were really centered around more high tech or supply chain issues or planning. But Ginny and I were really drawn, I think, to the logistics side of this and really getting to understand, all right, who are the people in the truck? Because we study the freight, we study cargo really, really well. But we noticed that there was a real gap for studying the amenities and providing for the needs of drivers. Ginny, do you want to add anything onto that as well?
Yeah, and so Christina and I, we were paired together to work on this project, and we had the great opportunity to dive into, I think, an unseen aspect of the trucking industry, because we spend lots of time talking about the road networks, we talk about the people. There's even a fair amount of work that's been done to look at truck stops kind of just as a place for people to seek refuge and to get the essentials, but we've never been able to combine these views and thought about it in the context of what happens when things all, fall apart. So when we're in like a COVID-19 or there's a natural disaster that's hit, I think this is a pretty unique aspect of this aspect of supply chain. And so our purpose of working on this topic was to try and bring some innovation through different methodologies and shed light on an issue that we think doesn't get enough attention.
Great. Yeah, I think when the general public, when they think about a truck stop, they probably just think about a glorified big gas station. You know what I mean? And in my main audience, which is the truck driver, they obviously they understand pretty much what your research has dug into, which we're about to get into. But how would you explain, like, to the average person, or maybe even a policymaker for that matter, that doesn't have the extensive knowledge of the complexities of the supply chain, exactly why is it that we should consider these truck stops to be critical infrastructure?
Yeah, so I think let's first kind of look at, the definition of critical infrastructure, or at least what comes to mind. And for me, before this project, I would have said, it's hospitals, of course, it's utility companies, emergency services. But the missing piece of that conversation we realized through our research is truck stops. Truck drivers move about 74% of our national freight. And this is what keeps our grocery stores stocked. It's what keeps our hospital supplies. And when you're especially in a natural disaster, when the need for that cannot be greater, it really turns those truck stops from just, commercial conveniences, best case scenario, really into, I would say, a critical node in our supply chains where they can make the difference on if a community can get the groceries they need and the medicines they need in either tomorrow or in a couple of days. And that can really impact how the community bounces back.
Sure. I mean, I guess one way to look at it is truck stops during those times with emergencies and disasters. We can kind of look at them as distribution centers by which these truckers who provide these relief kind of, provide the supplies that are needed there. But one thing that your study found, and I found this kind of interesting, especially the way you two phrased it, are truck stop deserts, how you had discovered truck stop deserts throughout the nation. So, to dive into that, what is a truck stop desert and how did you find where these are located at?
Yeah, so for what we can kind of consider is a truck stop desert, we wanted to actually be a little bit more specific of, okay, where is there a need also for truck stops? So first thing that we did was we looked at FEMA's National Risk Index, which incorporates each county in the United States is their risk of, natural disaster. And then it also looks at that community's ability to bounce back if they have a high aging population or high population under the age of 10 years old, they would really need to outsource support. So we looked from that view. And then from there, we looked at the nation's 3 top truck stop companies. So that would be, Love's, Pilot Flying J, Travel Centers of America, for example. And we looked where are their locations at, and we found that there are, of the 144 high-risk counties, we found that about 44 of those counties did not have a truck stop from the leading 3. So that's about 29%. And I think also what was surprising too is that, they weren't in remote areas. We found that the New York, tri-state area contained several counties that were considered, truck stop deserts, several counties in Florida, even the county that Austin, Texas is in.
And then, let's talk about the truck stop deserts real quick. So, I think the problem is that these truck stop deserts, as you kind of alluded to, these aren't just a truck driver problem, which oftentimes, truck stops, that's kind of how they're phrased. Like, these are for truckers, these are for truck drivers, but you kind of throw out there that perhaps this is a problem that's going to affect the immediate, maybe even the regional communities around there. So can you kind of explain to me the vital role that the truck stops play in the what you call supply chain resilience, especially during these crises?
Yeah, of course. I'll add a little bit to what Christina just said, because I think we get questions sometimes around why we use, let's say, the big 3 chains. And, you might go to one of these counties yourself, or you live in one and say, hey, there's a truck stop right there. We use the 3 of them because they were the best proxy that we had for truck parking. So there isn't one single national database that says, there's parking here, there's parking there, but the vast majority of commercial truck parking is provided by the big three, which is why we kind of use them as a proxy. So there might be, say, like smaller mom and pop style truck stops. It's not to say that they're completely without it, but it's sort of deserted enough that it would be challenging for someone to find a stop, let's say, if they're maybe not planning to stop or maybe they're stuck in an area. Now, to go back to your question, it kind of has to do with what a truck driver's day looks like. So there's something called hours of service, which if you have, truck drivers will be very familiar with it. Essentially, it's a set of rules or federal regulations that dictates how long you can drive as a truck driver and when you have to take a break. Now, once these rules were enforced, it made it challenging for people to say if they wanted to drive a little longer before hours of service, they'd have the flexibility to decide their own schedules. But hours of service are intended to protect drivers, but in some ways they make it really challenging because now you're not really working at your own time, because if you can't find parking, you can't really drive an extra hour or two to find another spot. You are sort of constrained by planning out what your route is going to look like ahead of time. Right? So if I'm a driver, I know I have to stop in 4 hours. I'm going to pick the best stop for me in 4 hours time. Now, in the time of, let's say, like a hurricane, or maybe there's an earthquake, or there's something that takes out like a key utility, or something that makes the condition unpredictable, that's really when all of this planning goes out the window. Because what could happen is if a power line goes down, maybe that truck stop you intended to go to no longer has power. And if they're pumping water, they can't access a shower, they can't use a bathroom, they probably can't get food either. If the road has been evacuated or there's a blockage, like a tree's fallen over, you can't get to the truck stop you were supposed to get to. And so the reason it's important to study this is because we can't control when natural disasters happen. And we see that over the next couple of years, we're expected to have more and more. And so what's going to happen is truck drivers are going to suffer the collateral damage where they can't find a place to stop. And what usually happens, at least anecdotally from what we heard in our interviews, is that drivers may have to park illegally, right? It's usually not because they're trying to break rules, but they don't have any other choice. And if they don't rest, they can't continue to work and deliver the supplies that are needed.
Sure. And I also like to point out that the ELD mandate has certainly exacerbated the problems that come with the hours of service issues that you've already pointed out there. So, I mean, a host of problems that we see here, especially with the truck drivers. And I can see how, I do like how you point out, though, that when it comes to things like hurricanes, I saw this in North Carolina, the other year, which is with the flooding. So, and it blocked out huge portions of the interstate over there, which did not make access to these truck stops available, or even those that were available, they had some problems there. So obviously we have problems when it comes to truck drivers providing emergency relief, which I know was a huge focus of your research there. But you also said that you interviewed a lot of trucking stakeholders, but you also did some of the truck stop reviews. What did you find in the what are truck drivers saying in those reviews?
Yeah, so this, I think, is one of the more novel parts of our work, where we've seen studies where sometimes truck drivers are spoken to through like focus groups, or they maybe convenience sample the people that are within the proximity of the researchers. But we thought we wanted to get a perspective of as many drivers as we could. It's not humanly possible to speak to every truck driver in America. We would love to, but we said, let's take the next best thing, right? Like, what if we took like Google Maps reviews? And so that's kind of where we started, but it was really challenging to ascertain, like in one truck stop, who left this review? Like, was it a person or was it a truck driver? And so we were very fortunate to partner with a trucking software company that provided us access to a database of reviews that were left by truckers, because the truck software is only used by truck drivers, or it's majority used by truck drivers. And so we kind of took that as a proxy of these are what the truck drivers need, and they're leaving comments on these truck stops. And so we ran a couple models, and basically what it did was look at groups of 3 in words that showed up together a lot. So you might see the word good parking lot, or you might see like many parking spots and things like that. And so we wanted to try to get a sense of this database of reviews. Let's segment them by different time, by location, because we knew which truck stop the review was left for, and we knew what time it was left at. And let's try to see if there's any pattern that occurs over different time periods, right? And so we used 2 case studies as our example. We looked at COVID-19, so before and after COVID. We looked at Hurricane Ian, before and after, and we wanted to see, what do drivers care about? And so I'd say the findings themselves probably are not very groundbreaking, but it did confirm for us that the needs don't really change. So it's always about parking, food, and restrooms, right? These is the key services. But we found that the parking discussion was the most informative because drivers had expressed wanting large and abundant and free parking options over smaller, more expensive and restricted paid lots. And that's really what drove a lot of the positive reviews of a truck stop. In terms of food, we had drivers express having the desire for food optionality, the availability of hot food. And then with restrooms, it's, having clean restrooms and good showering facilities. So I don't think the findings were necessarily, that special. I'm sure any driver could tell you those are the things they care about. But the importance was to see, do these needs change across different regions, in different types of emergencies, and in different time periods. And for us, it basically didn't change. So these things, I think, stay the same no matter what condition you're in.
Yeah, and Tyson, even kind of going back to your question about, what is a parking desert? I think at first we looked at it kind of as a binary kind of decision, is okay, is there a truck stop in this county? Yes or no. But then as we got more into the reviews, we were able to see that whenever an area lacks parking, even if, a truck stop does exist, but if there's only 50 spots for the entire county, and those spots all fill up by 3 p.m., that creates a parking desert over time. Again and again, we heard that drivers had to cut their days short just because they didn't want to risk continuing driving and not having a safe place to park.
So we've established the problem there. When we come back, the researchers tell us about what solutions might look like, so stick around.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Welcome back. When we left you, we were talking with MIT researchers Christina Cafaro and Jenny Shang about their study into the importance of truck stops to the country, but there just aren't enough of them, especially with regard to parking.
Now let's get into what we do to solve the problem, something that researchers looked into as well. Tyson Fisher of Landline Magazine picks it back up there.
So yeah, we've established that there's a major issue with parking, and especially in areas where could be prone to disasters, and when that happens, you can have downstream effects to the community in the region there. So now that we got that established, I think the question from there is, what do we do? And you laid out some options here on how to move forward with these. And I think the obvious one, would be more truck parking. I think that's something that everyone agrees with. But you also called for, and this is one I found interesting, because when we, in this suggestion, so it's establishing federal resilience standards. And I want to talk about that because when we talk about truck parking studies, which there are many of them, it usually comes from the this 30,000 foot view approach. Is we need physical spots for these 53 foot machines, so on and so forth, to park these machines, forgetting that there's a human being on board that has to be dealt with, and not just dealt with, but to supply just basic human necessities. And you kind of take that stance, and you address that by calling for the establishment of, again, what you call federal resilience standards for truck stop amenities. And so can you explain to me what exactly that means and how that can be possibly implemented?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when we think of a truck driver's workplace, his most common workplace is his truck cab. But if you extend that range, you could think of a truck stop as their workplace too. And if we're looking at people's workplaces, we would want to have standards to make sure everyone's health and safety is being protected. And so that's kind of where this came from, was this idea of how their workplace is maybe not as obvious to the average person. And so we think that federal resiliency standards could mean something like baseline expectations of restrooms, showers, food options, and safety features that would allow drivers to keep working regardless of where they are. I don't think that there's any expectation of a truck stop to have necessarily all of those things, but it would be beneficial for them to have them because, of course, it's for them to run their business. But we're saying that it should be considered almost a requirement, especially if you are a truck stop in like a high-risk zone or maybe a place that's vulnerable to natural disaster. Another thing we talked about was having some kind of a designation given to truck stops that maybe meet minimum emergency standards. So let's say locations that are prone to suffering power outages, maybe they have generators available, or they have additional communication capabilities that make it so when the nearest tower goes down and you're not able to reach anybody on your cell phone, you can count on this truck stop to be open. You can count on them to have power, and it gives them a safe place for them to stop. Because the alternative is, if a driver doesn't have a safe place to go, they're camping out in their truck, right? And so we think that there's definitely a need for some targeted infrastructure investments, but also just maybe more of a cohesive effort to say truck stops are really important, but it's not just about ensuring they have the places to stop. It's to make sure that when they're there, they're also treated like people and given the essentials that we would afford to anybody else working through a natural disaster.
And another thing that you recommended, and I'm really happy to hear actual researchers, highlight this and point it out, which is you call for equitable access to parking, which you pretty much define as free or low cost parking. And on top of that, regulations targeting predator towing. Can you talk about how you arrived at those conclusions, especially when it comes to predatory towing? Because I don't think that's something that's talked about enough when we are having the discussions about truck stops and then truck parking.
Yeah, so through our interviews, I would say two themes kind of bubble to the surface. First being surge pricing, so truck parking pricing becoming more expensive in areas that are affected by wildfires and hurricanes. A lot of private owner operators, they absorb those parking costs, and so they're already putting themselves on the line, taking a risk to provide cargo to an area in need, and then on top of that, they have to be pay more money to take that risk. It didn't quite seem to make sense since they're doing a service. And then the second one was the predatory towing. And that's what we heard from several drivers, where they couldn't find truck parking. Obviously, they want to park in a parking lot. They want to be safe. But sometimes they're forced to park in an open lot behind a store. And we've heard several examples of even if they had the American Red Cross sticker on the side of the truck, when they would go out to get food, come back, their truck would be booted. And again, this is where they're in a situation, they're doing this more of the goodness of their hearts and really trying to serve the community or serve their state. And that's why they're there. Why else would you drive your truck into the eye of a hurricane? So they're already kind of operating in uncertain conditions, doing the best they can. And then for someone to take advantage of them like that, I really would encourage that we set up laws that prevent that kind of thing whenever an area, especially a state, is considered under emergency by the governor.
The last thing I want to talk about is a quote directly from your research, because it really brings the human element to truck parking. Again, we're not just talking about numbers and data points on a map and stuff like that. We are, but we're also talking about the human element. And that quote is, "A broader cultural shift is needed to reframe the trucking workplace as a shared responsibility." Can you kind of expand on that, on what you mean by that, and again, how you got there? I think it's a brilliant line. I love it so much.
So a prevalent theme we heard is whenever a logistical issue happens or truck parking is not available, it all falls on the shoulder of the driver. And driving a truck is hard enough as it is. And it feels like whenever anything goes wrong, the finger gets pointed at them. And it really just begged the question of, okay, is it, whose job is it to look after them? Who has their back when they have our back? So is it the broker? Is it the carrier? Is it who they're going to? Is it the truck stop? But where we see time and time again is where they're being let down is truck stops, when there's, a lack of information. Like we heard during COVID, drivers would come to a truck stop just looking for, place to grab a bite, and they find out there, and then when they pull the door that it's closed. So that is really where we started to develop that question.
Thanks to Tyson Fisher for leading that conversation on a very important topic.
Yeah, and as we were kind of saying before, it's great to see these studies from researchers who don't necessarily have a trucking background, because they come to eventually the same conclusion that most of us who are in trucking already know, but it, again, reinforces what the problems are out there. And an outside perspective, I think, can sometimes help when it comes to developing new solutions to these old problems.
Yeah. So on that note, let's take a quick break. Trucking with OOIDA is back after this.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Len Company.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Numbers can sometimes be boring to talk about, but we've found the man who makes them interesting, Mr. Brent Hutto from truckstop.com.
Yes.
Brent, how's it going?
Ashley, Scott, it is going super great, man. Thank you for the kind compliment.
You're welcome.
I'll never forget the first show I was at, and one of the first shows when I got into the actual freight part of this industry back in 2013. I went to, and I heard this economist on stage, and I met him afterwards, and I just said, hey, I had to come meet you. I said, you're the first economist I've ever listened to that wasn't boring. So you gotta.
What did he say?
He looked at me real funny. Huh?
What did he say? Yeah.
Oh no, he just made it fun. he applied it to, like how that's applied to freight, how that's applied to different size companies, and he covered unique things in the marketplace and things that you wouldn't always pay attention to. So to me, that's kind of, if I'm running an operation, I can, I kind of look, I know what the obvious things are. What are some of the things that I wouldn't normally look for that are going to end up, affecting my business when I'm trying to run my truck operation? Because, when you know what's coming at you, you can respond to it a whole lot better than when it hits you from behind, because nobody likes, to be caught off guard. And so that's really, I really thought that was a unique way of putting it.
How did he respond to you when you said that?
Oh my gosh, we're still great friends.
Oh no!
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Oh no, super well. No,
that's good.
And no, he's a great guy. He's now somewhat retired in the marketplace and doing investments and stuff, but really, really sharp guy. And I draw a lot of kind of how I present to this market from him. He's been a great influence on me.
Now you're usually always jet setting somewhere. Where are you at right now?
Jet-setting Brent.
Jet-setting Brent.
Well, I am. Well, fortunately, I am resting and getting some recovery at home.
Much needed,
in my home office this next couple of weeks. Yeah, it has been super busy with building technology and doing those things and traveling around and understanding. I am the type of person, I believe in this, Ashley, Scott, I believe in this. I believe that you learn the most when you put your feet where you want them to be, where you want to learn. In other words, you got to go out and go do it. One thing I love about trucking, it's always going up and down the highway. So last week I was in two different places. I was in Chicago talking to a company that does cross-border freight on helping them understand how to build their technology and address the marketplace. And obviously with a lot of experience with Truck Stop and the owner-operators and the brokers that work in that segment. So I was helping them. And then I got to go to a bucket list place. It was fantastic. I can't believe after 29 years in this marketplace, I've never been here. I went down to Texas, bigger and better than Texas, right? So
you had never been to Texas before?
No, not Texas. I went down to Texas.
I was going to say.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what?
I've been to Texas. I've never been to the Texas Transportation Association annual show. And it was in Austin. Okay. It was so great. When they say it's bigger and better than Texas, they mean it. I've never seen so many cowboy hats. I didn't think there were that many cowboy hats in trucking, but it was fantastic. John Esparza, who's the CEO of the Texas Transportation Association, just put on a fantastic event. And to me, here's what it did for me. I love being around companies that love this market, love helping each other, and really make trucking look good. And to me, the Texas Trucking Association is one of those associations. I've known about them forever. I've known the leader for a long time. I've just never been to the event. And it just was a fantastic thing. They were raising money to help people, improve and further their careers in transportation. They were doing all kinds of things about what's the market update, what's going on in the industry. So, but, and then just really supporting each other. How can they help each other, increase their businesses? And we're talking about one of the largest marketplaces in all of transportation. And certainly I think for a while it was number one for freight transportation in the United States. And so it was just fantastic to be down there and be around the fleets that represent the great Republic of Texas. They don't call it the state of Texas. They call it the Republic of Texas.
That's a cool city too, Austin, right?
Oh,
that's where it was, right?
If you like bats, you'll love Austin.
Yeah.
I did not know that. If you want to see 1 million bats every single day come from underneath a bridge and scare you to death.
They fly right over you, right?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I had no idea this happened. I was on a little Lime scooter a couple of years ago when I was down for one of the other shows down there. And I'm touring around, what are all those people doing on the bridge? And all this big crowd and everything. And there's a whole lot. And I look, and all of a sudden there's this giant black cloud coming out from this bridge. And I'm going, what the? Those are bats.
Yeah.
1 million. It's the largest ground for bats in the United States, in Austin, Texas, underneath this bridge that goes over the whatever river that goes through there.
Ashley just had the opposite reaction.
You guys are not selling this to me.
It sounds cool to me.
Not on my bucket list.
They got little bat things all over the city. Yeah. The bike racks are bats. Everything's bats.
So
they love it.
They've embraced it.
They say, hey, Ash, they say you got to keep it weird in Austin, and I think that's part of it.
Yeah,
I think
that sounds weird. For sure.
For sure.
Let's spread our wings, and I was trying to. I was trying to come up.
Segue.
I was trying. I'm always trying. I'm not sure that one hit, but let's spread our wings and talk about. Let's talk about what's going on out there. We've talked about it before, Brent, time and time again.
Yeah,
it's challenging out there. We're in the dog days of summer right now. when things typically kind of, slow down a little bit.
They do.
Give us a thumbnail sketch of what's going on out there. I think you're going to tell us it's still a challenging, market for everybody. But what are you seeing out there in terms of rates, volume, et cetera, et cetera?
Well, let's level set first.
Yeah.
Thank you for kind of setting it up that way, Scott. First off, it is hard for transportation out there. In the last 24, 26 months, the transportation costs to move freight, not pricing that you get paid to move it, but the actual cost, your insurance cost, your labor cost, your fuel cost, all the things that go into transportation, they've increased by about 25%. And now, if you're a really big fleet in the marketplace, this is hitting you very hard. This is pretty much all of your profit. I'll talk a little bit about that in the very end of this when we talk about sort of the conditions, some of the other fleets in the marketplace. But if you're a small player, if you're like a 1 truck or 2 truck or a 5 truck or a 10 truck operation, you can change your operational ratios. And what I mean by that is you can change your operational cost really quickly.
Yeah.
And you can adjust to it. And nobody can change it better than the American owner-operator, where they can change their cost almost automatically, especially how in which they run their operation. And I say that because most owner-operators, they really just look, Scott and Ashley, they really just look at the rate and they go, oh, gosh, rates aren't high enough. Well, they could be better, but rates last week were $2.31. The week before that, they were $2.31. Well, last time I checked, before the pandemic, all truckers are like, I got to get $2 a mile. Well, you're getting $2 a mile. You're getting $2.31, and that's before negotiation. That's the posted rate.
Yeah.
So you're getting that. Now, if you're in the van marketplace, it was $1.94. Flatbed was $2.37. Refrigerator was $2.38, and that's the posted rate. And that's not the negotiated rate. You better be getting more than that. But you better be a good enough trucker and have good enough relationships to get more than that when you're negotiating. And if you are, you will. But my point to this is that nobody can adjust to the market conditions better than an owner-operator. So now is not a bad time to be in the market at all. So the pressure in the marketplace, let me go back to this. The pressure in the marketplace was about 87 last week. The previous week with that was about 78. Well, what does that mean? Okay, Brent, what's that mean? That's just a number. Okay, well, what I mean is the amount of freight available divided by the number of trucks that say they're empty and ready to haul freight. Now, that's not a perfect measurement, but it is a number that's been being used for over 20 years. It's called the Market Demand Index. Well, the normal of that as post-pandemic normal is about 55. Well, it hasn't been 55 since I think before the pandemic started.
Yeah.
Because it's just the pressure has been above, and then what that tells you is there's more freight in the United States to be moved. And I've got some great data on this as well that talked about the freight in the past 25 years hasn't gone backwards at all from the standpoint of where we are in the marketplace. It continues to expand and get more. So when that happens, there's more freight to be hauled by all trucks. All right, so let me cover the last thing that gives me probably the most hope. There's a figure out there that's called the Outbound Tender Reject Index. It's put out by Sonar, really good data platform. And it's the only measurement in the marketplace that measures the freight that's being rejected by these big, medium-sized and large fleets that are out there, these contract freight haulers. And what it does is how much of the freight's been rejected or renegotiated of this contract freight that was agreed to move that by a certain price many, many months ago. Well, if it's at 5%, that's sort of the watermark on, are we getting more freight in this marketplace? Are we getting less freight in this marketplace? And so, and this is a good thing, because for the last 43 straight weeks, so for almost a year, it has been above 5%. And Scott, you mentioned the marketplace where we are right now. Well, we're post July 4th, where we're a month past post July 4th. So the marketplace, what it does is it starts getting bigger in March. It builds up all the way to July 4th, and then it comes down for a little while, all the way until the middle of August, almost the end of August, the end of September, where we get into holiday freight movements.
Right.
And so then it starts building back up, and rates go up, should grow up. But here's the good thing about the Outbound Tender Reject Index. It's been above 5% for almost a year. Now, this is the good thing. This is the thing that puts a smile on Brent's face. So if you look what the rejection rate, thanks, Ashley. If you look at the rate, what it was last year at this time, it was 4.54. So 4.54% of that freight was being rejected. What is it this year? 5.63. You go, oh, well, Brent, that's just 1.09 points. That's not that big a deal. Don't look at that. Look at the percentage difference. This year is almost 20% higher than last year. That is remarkable because that means we're going to get more freight in the spot market because some of that contract freight doesn't go back to contract hauler. It goes into the spot market because the shipper goes, I think I'm going to try somebody else. And so this. Now, let me just put it this way. It's 5.63 today. In the middle of the pandemic, it was 28%. So you can see why we had such a crazy big market. That's kind of where we are. Some of the rates and lanes in the marketplace are. Let me get to the piece of data right here. Okay, here we are. So we've been looking at Texas. Texas still is very strong, but there's other parts of the market that continue to come up. Texas still remains strong for van, flatbed, and refrigerated, but there's good markets like Portland to Phoenix for van. Miami, believe it or not, an interstate move, or Denver to Houston, that's back to Texas. And then on the refrigerated end, you've got Oklahoma to Dallas, you got Memphis to Memphis, some interstate. Here's the big thing. The big thing is, why do we see all this doubt? Why do we see all this Texas stuff? Well, it's because so much manufacturing is being done in Mexico and coming across the border. This is why I was talking to that cross-border group earlier last week. So you're just seeing more and more freight coming out of places that are closer to the United States than further than, say, out of a port, which might be coming from across the ocean in one of the other countries. So kind of things are following a normal pattern that's really good for trucks out there.
Yeah, which hopefully will lead us back into normal territory. And again, what is normal?
Yeah, for sure.
I guess that's subject to whatever you think is normal. Not you, but people in general. One thing I wanted to talk to you about, and I'm going to preface this by saying, Brent, we've only got about 3 minutes left, so just keep that in mind here. But
I'm ready.
The Trump administration, we've seen a lot of these things, all the tariff talk and the uncertainty surrounding that. There's one aspect of it that I know you kind of caught your eye as being an opportunity for the freight market here and kind of maybe injecting some new life into it, the de minimis provision. I'm not sure what the term is there that we should be using, but talk a little bit about that for us.
Yeah, well, it's not just Latin's a dead language, and you'll see de minimis, and you're like, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So de minimis was was basically a agreement between importers that a way in which they could forego not paying the tariff on goods moved in the United States.
Right.
So if it was $800 and less in physical value, U.S. dollar value, you could ship it from anywhere outside of the United States. And I mean any country. It wasn't like some countries got special privileges. Anywhere, and avoid 100% of the tariff. Now, what did this do during the pandemic? This is where you get like Temu and Shin and all these companies that are doing like super small shipments in the United States. Well, they went from less than 1 million in 1 year for the de minimis to when we moved the tariffs up to over 5 million shipments of $800 or less shipments coming in the United States. And so President Trump said enough of this. He was going to he's been talking about de minimis for a while, and you thought he was going to do something maybe in September or October. He said absolutely not. We're ending it immediately on August 29th because so many of these packages were avoiding the tariffs, but it was also taking freight kind of because these are smaller shipments, and most of them are kind of on the parcel-ish end.
Right.
So basically, he's revoking this to continue to build the strength back into the American trucking market. Certainly for tariffs, that's a revenue issue from a standpoint of the country. Actually, it's a balance of dollars moving back and forth, and that's another story for another day. But this de minimis thing is really, really good for trucking because eventually what it does, it builds more freight back into the full truckload marketplace. Because instead of them being able to come in these little small packages, they're going to have to come in under standard containers, which plenty of those get moved into the standard full trucking marketplace. So this de minimis revoke is just another example of how our current president is really pro-trucking. And that's a really great thing for everyone that owns and operates a truck out there.
And August 28th is when that goes into effect. How long, and real brief, quick answer here if you could, Brent, but how long before we start seeing the effects of that, do you think?
Oh, I don't think we'll see the effects of it until probably first quarter of 2026.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. It takes about a quarter for things to get kind of balanced back out. under certain under manufacturing and things like that, because you're talking about people that have manufactured things that were sort of smaller pieces. This is where you kind of order something off Instagram and you get it like 2 months later.
Yeah.
And you order a T-shirt and it takes 2 months to get it.
Yeah.
So it'll just get packaged a different way because they're not going to stop doing business.
Right. Yeah. I just ordered some googly eyes from my daughter who likes to do crocheting, and it's exactly this situation where your package will be delivered sometime between September 1st of 2025 and November 18th of 2026. And I said, oh, boy.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
But
I tell you, it's a good marketplace out there. I mean, the marketplace continues to get stronger for trucking.
Yeah. Brent, you talked about that economist that brings the numbers to life.
Yeah.
I think we can safely say that applies to you as
Definitely.
well.
Oh, thanks, man.
So you can pass that on to that your friend and say that you've taken the baton and run with it. So Brent Hutto, truckstop.com. We appreciate your time as always. Always good talking to you, and safe travels wherever you're headed next.
Well, thank you so much, and thanks for everything that OOIDA does to help our market be great. Appreciate you guys.
And we appreciate you listening to Trucking with OOIDA. We'll see you again next time. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount, and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.